ocean floor, down deep we wander. Louder we sing, no there is no cure in this together. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. Everything about you is so really won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. To the shore, we'll never grow old. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. But everything about you is so unreal. It won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. Try this a new way. I'm gonna show you the tricks that I know. I'm getting tired of talking, and I need more of a show right now. It's time that you made your mind up. Cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking. Going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. Cause now is the right time. And I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now. You got me on tonight. Cause loving you is like I'm walking a tightrope so high. I won't be turning around. No, I won't be turning around. It's the right time. I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I will win tonight. I think I'll do it on my way. I'm gonna show you what I'm going through. Get you out of your comfort zone. Cause I need more of the truth right now. It's time that you made your mind up. Cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking. Going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. Cause now is the right time. And I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game.
Like peanut butter jelly time. It's just peanut butter milkshake, peanut butter milkshake.
Eric,
Yeah,
some
this
people
is
have a
Frank.
peanut allergy.
That is true.
Very
Some people do have
sensitive
peanut
to
allergies.
peanut sensitivity.
I prefer Peanut Butter Jelly by Galantis as my PB&J song.
Okay. Well, hey guys, welcome back to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons.
Oprah.
Yeah. Okay. You guys suck. I will make a note of that for when I try to attack you guys later. Woo!
We're doing the silent applause.
Thanks, Caleb. Thanks.
I was muted.
Anyway.
Come on now.
All right. But yes, welcome back to Tuesday Donuts and Dragons here at the Black Tower Stories with the adventures of Athoria. So, last week we were making our way through chapter 75. And then you guys had handled a bit of a Fey pact that has been kind of hanging in the air for a little bit now. ultimately choosing to make that pact, as no one tried to say anything against it, and back and forth there. Then you guys also decided to head out to the Sangrel Swallows, at least the northern section, to see if you could recover a bust that belonged to a local merchant named Jan, who was supposed to deliver it. He offered you 150 gold, and you guys decided to take that, along with the option to collect bounty on any lizard folk or other such creatures from the swallows that you guys were able to kill. So, after completing that, you guys made short work of the lizard folk, headed back to the city of Coriston, turned in the bust, but you guys still have some lizard folk tails on ice that need to be turned in for some extra cash. And you guys have been trying to figure out what your next move is, thinking that you guys might go to a small pawn shop called Mott's Mementos on the eastern side of town, which is apparently where Nemes, or the Widow, or Solusa, got the KOC family ring. And so it's at least a point in the next direction. This week, we are cracking the spine on Chapter 76 to figure out how all of that goes. As a reminder, we are still on the 38th day of the first seed. And before we jump into it, if I can get 2 d20 rolls from everyone, please.
No.
My d20s suck. Can I have someone else roll them for me?
You know, I feel like this was a thing that happened last campaign too.
Yes.
You want me to roll them?
Nah,
I rolled for him.
I got mine. I got a...
I don't know. I think letting Kilmo roll them is kind of cheating.
It is cheating. That's
Yes.
why we did it whenever Ari wasn't here.
Well, it's also
Or the
why-
opposite.
well,
We had Ari roll for
Yeah.
Omlik, too.
So let's see. So it looks like Yandre got an 11 and a 17.
I'm done for the day. I'll see y'all next week.
Whatever do you
What'd you get?
I got 2 2s.
Hey.
I got 17 and a 9.
Two
Yep. Caleb
2s. I'm a ballerina over here,
15
guys.
and
I
a
got
4.
2 2s.
and Volred.
I got a 7 and a 20.
Ah,
Yeah.
nice.
Alright.
You guys better hope that whatever you guys are doing second, it's just Volred and Yandre for that. Okay, so
I'm
the
doing
morning
these
is
things right
yours. Have you guys head back to the Cursed Arrow first, or are you guys deciding to split up? What are you guys doing?
Did we?
I let them... Like, I can go turn in to the warden for the evidence of what we took care of if you want. If the rest of you wanted to go take a look at the other shop.
I would love to go to the other shop.
All right, let's split up that 150 real quick. That way we don't burden one person with too much.
30 even.
All right. Kelmac, you want to go with them with me?
I will go with you. Just I don't know.
Okay.
Just cause.
We're going to head to the garrison then.
Okay. Which is not that far from where you guys are at. Just a little bit south west of you guys, near the center of town. You guys head into the garrison. It's a relatively small building, all things considered, composed what looks like just of kind of a bunkhouse or a barracks, along with a storage warehouse, an armory and forge, and then it looks like there's some perhaps offices up on a second floor in a different building, and the bottom floor just being kind of a rec or general purpose room, and plenty of space out in the yard to drill. As you make it forward, you guys are stopped at a kind of a small building right there at the front that's manned by two guardsmen who bear the kind of silver and blue tabard of House Coriston with the large golden anchor on it. As they stop, one of the guardmen goes, sorry, state your business.
We just recently performed a quest for the local merchant through the Adventurers Alliance. We were told that there'd be a little bit extra cash in it if we completed some side stuff. So we need to turn in some information.
Some information or a bounty or...
There's a bounty attached to it.
All right. So what do you have for us then?
Lizard folk were in the Sanguil Swamp.
Ah, okay. Easy enough. Let's see here. When he kind of goes through, motions to the other guy to go get a lockbox. He goes, all right, well, let's see here. We generally have that set up in the bounty for two difference. One of the smaller, proof of a kill of a smaller lizard folk, we have that 5 gold pieces apiece. If you kill one of the larger ones, or a lizard folk who's higher up in status, that one's 15 gold per proof from that case.
Oh, well, don't know. It's hard to tell from the size of the tail parts we got rid of. There were two larger
You can
ones.
generally tell by the bone and the thickness of the scales. Just show me what you got.
Should I present them?
Okay. So it looks like with this, you have 4 tails for the bigger lizard folk and then 3 of the smaller. So, quick math in that is 60. That's what, 75? Yeah. 15 times 4 is 60, plus 3 times 5, 15. So 75 gold for the lizard tails.
All right.
And he kind of takes these and he kind of sees that they're already kind of frozen. Kind of looking at the bag.
Magic bag.
Yeah. Hey. Kind of sets it across. Be a super useful enchantment to have. All right. And then he kind of gestures, pay him. And the guy comes out and starts setting out stacks of coins until he counts out 75 gold. And then kind of slides it across the table over to you.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Especially managing to get some of the big ones. The smaller ones the guards can usually take care of, but those behemoths, man, those things, there are quite a few pensions that have had to be cashed in early due to them, if you understand what I'm saying.
Hmm.
Yes.
Well, we'll be going then. Well, Kelmac.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Also, just a heads up, if you're planning on going out in the Swallows at all, we do have 1,000 gold bounty if you manage to kill any of the hags that are out there.
Hi.
So,
He's all
Just some,
I'm just gonna.
just a heads up, if you're out there anyway and feel like you need the coin.
good to
Do you
know.
think we could take it?
Ah, yeah, sure.
See, what challenge rating is a hag?
It depends on the hag.
I
But
find
they
challenge
do
ratings for
very
hags
pretty.
tend to not matter. It's how the DM uses them to fuck with you.
Yeah, I suppose that's also true.
They have many
rating
things that
3,
they
that-
can bring into the field.
All right. So I headed back, trying to catch up to where I think the rest of the party was going.
Okay.
But, yeah, they have plenty of time.
Okay. Not much of a detail, with a little bit of running you can catch up to him by the time they make it back to the Cursed Arrow, if that's where you guys are heading.
We were headed to the shop.
Ah, okay. Mott's Mementos, yes. Sorry. My brain is a working now. Okay. So, as you guys head eastward, it takes just a little bit of time for you guys to find it. This particular area of the city is a labyrinthine grouping of small hovels, warehouses, and other storage, guilds and business, as a lot of industry and mining and that sort of thing takes place here uh, in this part of the city. Um, Nonetheless, asking around, you are eventually pointed to a small rummage shop within the steps. It appears to be a relatively small, cramped looking building. As you guys pass inside, it is just chock full of what looks like garbage, poorly decorated, and the paints on the walls are of like reds and ochres and yellows, like earth tones that have long since faded, and the paint is mostly peeling in many places, showing the wood underneath, and then occasionally like some dry rot. You can kind of spot in some of the corners where it looks like a little bit of mold has set up from the place not being taken care of particularly well. But the interior of the store appears quiet, and you can notice a few other individuals. Looks like an adventurer, perhaps some kind of a craftsman's apprentice, perhaps a blacksmith, judging by the apron that he wears, and an elderly woman who appears to be, kind of going through the tchotchkes and kind of deciding, maybe she can find some more crystal cats, or maybe she can find some of those angel statues, or, anything else she can, tasteless, to decorate her home. But as you guys are kind of looking around, the proprietor comes into view. A dwarven woman of apparent middle age with dirty blonde hair, long on the top and kind of short on the sides, kind of put back into some kind of heavy braid, with these kind of dark brown eyes. From a distance, it could almost look like she's somewhat related to Izal. But her hair lacks the luster of Izal's. As she kind of sees you coming, goes, well, it's a nice day today. Aye, lots of people coming in. Well, my name's Mott. Let me know if there's anything I can help you find.
Hello, Mott. My name is Volred. Are you having a wonderful day today?
Aye, more people dropping by to purchase than to sell. A lot of the stuff here is on consignment. It's a bit of a pawn, you understand, but, well, business is doing well enough. Make rent, that sort of thing. Looking at you appear to be adventurers. Most people come here to find all kinds of odds and ends, seeing if they can find anything particularly magical. If not particularly that, I have gemstones and precious metals. Even an occasional diamond, if that's the sort of thing you're looking for some of those more particular spell types. What is it I can do for you?
Well, my group here may be looking to ascertain some fun things for our adventures. And I kind of nod to the group, kind of like, hey, wink, wink, go, look at some stuff while we're in here. But then I kind of take a step closer to her and say, but I do have a question. There is a ring that you sold or provided to a friend of mine named the Widow. And
with that, how hushed is this conversation?
I lowered my voice a bit so that it wouldn't be projecting.
Yeah, at the mention of the widow, you see her face kind of do like a double take, and she kind of is like looking around, just trying to check and see. And then is now starting, you can tell, is kind of like looking over at your compatriots, just trying to figure out, like, I don't know, am I being shook down or what? Like, you definitely, you see the walls go up.
It would appear that she is an interesting person, you must know, and I assure you no harm or ill will from me and my party, but alas, I would like a little more information on where you procured that ring.
And, let's see here. She's kind of
Like,
taking
does she
a
have
look at you
clue
guys,
that-
looking around. I'm sorry, what was your question?
Does she got one of those dolphin things where like you poke it and it just goes?
Yeah, all kinds of just nicknames. Like I said, this is like garage sale garbage. It's hard to imagine anyone makes money selling this kind of stuff. But as that happens, Mott is kind of looking around. Goes, yes, sir. Rings. I have quite a collection. Here. Let me show you. I have them around back. And she kind of goes, pulls out a latch, lifts open a divider, and kind of ushers you into the back. Kind of closed down, locks it again, takes a quick look just to kind of see where everyone's at. Yes, right away here, sir. And she kind of pushes you through like these leather curtains into this super cramped back room. And it's kind of looking around going, what the fuck are you doing? You gonna drop something to say like that right in the middle of customers? It's almost as if you're, pardon any offense, you're not part of the constabulary, are you?
That is a rather large word that I don't understand and particularly won't respond to. But what I can say is, I'm sorry. I am not the brightest of local politics. I meant no trouble, I assure.
Kind of sits there and goes, I see. Looks like your group is one of the goody two-shoe types. Doesn't spend a whole lot of time on the... And kind of looks you over the poorer side of the tracks. You're just kind of looking down. I realize you're an elf, but the distinct lack of calluses on your hands. You're a palace boy, aren't you?
I've been called much worse, but yes.
She kind of looks you over. Aye. All right. Well, if the widow sent you, well, she wouldn't have sent you this way unless, well, either she's dead or you have some kind of an accord with her. Either way, that means screwing you over is not very good for my business or health. So, this ring you're talking about, what is it exactly?
It is a ring of nobility from another area close by, Kiosa, and the owner of the ring is a person of interest to our party. We've been trying to locate her, but to no avail.
I see. You mean the elven woman? Really pretty, I must say. Although she tried very hard to guard her face so that she not be seen or recognized. I remember the woman you're referring to. She came in, I'd say about 3 months ago, in a bit of a hurry, looking to sell some belongings in order to collect some money, to get out of town pretty quick. Naturally, I was quite concerned when she looked upon it, but she had the proper writs of nobility, so as far as I could tell, she was just another noble lady trying to get away from her family as quickly as possible. I'd heard some dark rumors regarding the place. I mean, after all, I have some family that's done some business and work over in Kyosa, and from what I understand, the noble family there is not exactly kind. So,
I've
yeah,
heard similar sayings of the family. Disgusting. Absolutely
indeed.
disgusting.
Well, as you can imagine then, I paid a pretty hefty sum for the ring. About 500 gold, I'd say. And mostly stayed here in the shop until I found someone who was willing to pay me top dollar. The widow, Namus, was one such individual. Especially considering having gotten a look, she is one of the only people I could think of that looked enough like her ladyship to perhaps pass herself off. And she paid well.
I'm glad that it was a good business venture. Did the Lady of Kyosa say anything particular of her future whereabouts or anything of interest?
She didn't tell me exactly where she was going, though she did ask about the rumors of the hags and the Sangwolf swallows. Supposedly, there's a particularly powerful one out there that has the power to grant a great deal of favors. Curses, powers, all sorts of things. No one really knows for sure, as she's a bit unusual as far as hags go, say the stories, and she stays away from civilized areas, and there aren't really any stories of people disappearing, except for those who travel into the swamps with the express purpose to go and meet her. So, most people believe she doesn't really exist. Still.
What an interesting circumstance. Is there anything additional about this hag that would be notable? Does she have a name?
We don't really have a name for her very much. Some of the locals west of here just call her Muck Mother, or such. As I said, most people just believe she's a figment, an old wives' tale. But supposedly she has power, and with the right payment is willing to share that power. One of the more benevolent hags, if such a thing even really exists. Benevolent hags, I mean, not hags specifically.
Quite a juxtaposition.
Yes.
Well, that would appear to be the only thing I could think of that I needed to know. Hopefully she is still out there. We would like to... The Lady of Kyosa, not the hag, obviously. But we'll figure that out. We might have to search the swallows. Would there be anything in your shop that would be of interest to a party who would be observing that area?
Well, as you've no doubt surmised, I have two lines of business. I have the stuff that's out there, which honestly isn't going to do you any good. And then I have some of the stuff that's back here, gesturing to her stuff. The goods that I keep here in the back are much more valuable and useful than the stuff I keep in the front. And obviously some of it is of, how should I say, illicit provenance. So, if you're interested, as I said, in gemstones, precious metals, things like that, of course, I have a variety of poisons and other alchemical reagents that you might be interested in. Fortified alchemist fire. You never know when that will come in handy. And beyond that, I can help you find just about anything you might need. For a fee, of course.
Would it be okay with you to invite my compatriots back here? As I said, I'm not the intelligent one of the crew, obviously, and they may have interest in some of these items.
Kind of looks around at the very cramped room that you guys are in. Don't think we can really have anyone else, but if there is something in mind that you and your friends think you might need, perhaps I have it.
Perfect. I will, once we leave the shop, obviously, in a private area, relay this information to my crew. And if there's something we can think of that would be useful, we will certainly return. And once again, I'm sorry for the folly earlier. And I reach out into my bag and pull out like 20 gold and just say, this is just a small present for possibly making things hard for you. I apologize.
Kind of takes the gold, kind of sloshes it around in her hand. All right. Well, you lack tact, but you have manners, so that's good enough. Worst case, if you do think of something, write it down, drop it in the suggestion box. I'll see if I can't make good on your request.
Thank you. I will certainly remember the suggestion box.
Okay.
And then I will gesture like, hey, open this door. Let's go.
Yeah. So you go and leave and kind of taking a quick look in. You do see that like kind of moved off to the side of the front area is a small little box with a slot in it for taking suggestions and feedback. At this point in time, like some of the like the male apprentice and the elderly woman have kind of dispersed. Now there appears to be not a nobleman per se, but perhaps a merchant of a higher caliber who wears a reasonably nice suit, upper middle class, you might say, as he's just kind of glancing around and is like eyeing you guys more specifically as you come out the back room and go to leave. You might assume he's perhaps another person here to make a suggestion.
Well, I will avoid any eye contact with such person and start walking towards the door, looking for my party and giving a nice little head nod of, let's go.
I will see this and proceed to walk towards the door. And as I get close to Volred, I just go, "Why did you wink at me just a moment ago and then disappear into the back?"
I'm uncertain what you're talking about. My allergies have been acting up lately. I told you that earlier this morning. Come on, we have work to do.
You didn't tell me that this morning. And that was very obviously a wink. You did. It wasn't really subtle either.
I just walk out.
What? I was just asking a question and you see Yandru follows right after.
Eric, what would be like the general price of a small knick-knack? Maybe something pottery. Like
Copper,
like five
a
copper,
couple silver
five
pieces.
Oh no, Kelmac, buying something here is a real gamble.
No,
Yeah.
I probably broke something because my dexterity is not very good.
Yeah, I mean, you could
I'm
probably
broke,
find like some kind of relatively cheap, like knockoff china. You know,
it's like a cup someone's kid made that they had to try to pawn off for some money, and it's like,
Yep.
and we're just like
A
put
copper.
a couple of silver on like, I broke the thing. I think this is enough for it. Sorry, we gotta go.
Let's follow Caleb out.
What's it up?
And I guess, are we outside now?
Are you?
Yep.
Head somewhere?
Yes.
Let's go back to the Cursed Arrow and reconvene our plan.
All right, to the stairwell.
No, we're not. We are not planning in the
The
stairwell.
best
please.
plans happen in the stairwell, though.
No, Esau.
I would say the top 3 plans we've ever made have happened in a stairwell or near one. When we get there, I'll buy another night of rooms. 2 rooms.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Were they 5 silver last time?
Yeah, it's like 5 silver per room.
1 gold. Here you go, Jeffrey.
Takes it. All right. Glad to see you guys are staying another night.
We're trying to figure out what we're trying to do.
Well, you're welcome. As long as you like.
Out of character, but I'm pretty sure Jeffrey's the big bad Eric was telling us about.
He has a very powerful cursed item, like just hanging around that he refuses to get rid of.
Makes
You
too
know-
much money.
I was making a joke, but you're right.
Oh,
Right.
We're gonna
I can
we're
find
gonna get
that.
close to the big bad, and he's just gonna walk up and just
Yep.
stab one of us with the arrow, and just be
It's a
like,
lie. Jeffrey is the shade of Cavail.
That's why he's fine with us.
He did this tavern and built this tavern right before you guys arrived, specifically trying to lure you guys here.
It's a bold plan. Let's see if it pays off.
It worked.
It very much did.
Damn.
"Old
God.
move, Cotton."
It was the name. We should have gotten it with the name. It was very
Man, I
obvious.
wish I would have thought of that.
Now you can't do it.
I'm a DM. I could do anything I want.
I mean, clearly the big bad is Mizak, so
Isn't
Or
Jeffrey a
Sigil.
halfling? Jeffrey's a halfling, isn't
He is the halfling. Yeah.
Oh, shit. He's part of the short gang. They're after us now. Ziggle, Mizak, Gorback. And now
Yep.
Jeffrey.
They call themselves the Lowriders.
Oh my god. No.
I like it.
Half
That's not allowed.
the half pint pentagram. Alright, so we're in the room.
Yes, I will relay the information to everyone, essentially explaining that it would appear that Salusa is in the Swallows, more than likely, trying to find a possibly fictitious hag that has vast powers and can do magic stuff. The assumption would be that she's trying to escape herself of Volred killing her. I will also detail that our friend Mott has the ability to procure illicit items, various gemstones, and other cool stuff. So for, like, you know, y'all who like fun stuff, she might have things. So with that said, do we want to go look for my sister while we're here, or should we do something else?
I mean, it seems the most direct course of action, and at the garrison they did talk about that there is a
Bounty.
bounty for hags in the swamp. 1,000 gold. a hag. Oh, he's all. You want to divide up the lizard tail money?
Oh yeah, here you go. And 15 to Kelmac, 15 to Volred, 15 to Yandere, 15 to Calum.
Thank you very much.
I would assume with that amount of money that they are incredibly difficult to put down.
What?
The hags.
Yeah, it would be quite difficult. Do we have the capabilities of doing so?
Eric, would I have any tidbits of information about hags from past adventuring?
Let's see. Blah 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 blah. Hag is what type of creature?
Faye.
It's a fey creature. I would say no because I don't think you. Well, I don't know. Do you have proficiency with nature?
Hell no.
Then no.
What
Okay.
about myself?
Or
I don't know
I
that
myself.
do
she
have
could be-
proficiency in nature.
I'm not worried about
Uh,
the nature, but like, do
Well,
I?
Yandere could make the roll anyway because it's a fey creature. Because hags are definitely creatures that exist, even within his home territory. So if both of you guys want to roll a nature check.
Yeah, I don't.
That's a 10. I got a 2 plus 8.
Well,
The only hag I know
Calum,
about...
you know that there are a lot of different kinds of hags. Some are weak, some are strong, and that there are hags pretty much for every environment. Most of them are evil, and like genies, they have a reputation for making deals that heavily favor them. Yandere, from where you're from, you know all of that information. However, you have hags are creatures, and you probably may have even met one. They tend to. There are some that live out like in the Twilight Marshes or deep within the Amber Forest, and those tend to like to play tricks and have a similar reputation. But especially within the Feywild, they have an awful lot of power, and are some of them are even considered like lesser archfey in and of themselves, due to the power that they have. And all little Fey children are taught from a very early age not to approach a hag, and absolutely never let one know your real name.
The only hag I've ever heard about was the Night Queen Morgatha. So hopefully it's not that one.
Is that like a local deity somewhere, or
No. Well, not here. Just saying it's not good, and I'm gonna have to not go after that one.
Question. And this is out of character. I assume, Yandere, would you have like verbalized that Feywild information to us?
Not all of it.
But you would have brought up some information in reference to the Fae.
Yes, I would have said simply, well, they're tricksters, and it's probably best that you don't give them your name, and really not trust them. Usually pretty powerful in the Fae, but I don't have too much experience with them.
Okay, perfect. Back in character. Whoa, Yandere, about the Fae, I'm curious. What do you have with that Pumpkin King that you were so afraid of?
I wouldn't say afraid, I would say weary.
Is he violent or?
Incredibly. He is the current master of the hunt.
Is the Master of the Hunt a revolving position?
Not normally. But, if someone is usurped, they do get to take the title.
And why are you running from him?
Why am I weary of him?
Well, you kind of had to excuse yourself. That kind of seems like running away from him.
Not wanting to be in the exact presence of him at this time, correct.
Yeah, I'm kind of on Yandra's side of it. He didn't exactly flee from him, but he knew he was going to be there, so he just did not put himself there.
I mean, semantics, word choice. I still would like to know some more background on why you cannot be in his presence.
Well, I am a native of the Feywild, and am here on unprecedented reasons. And if I were to encounter someone of the court of the Feywild, I may be forced to return in a way that I did not want to.
Why are you here?
Call it a quest or a journey.
Is this an and or?
No, it is simply a quest or a journey, depending on how you phrase it. It is the same thing, though.
But simply, you're not supposed to, and I'm just going to air quote, supposed to be here.
It depends on who you ask.
If we ask the Pumpkin King, he would say no.
No. Lord, are you familiar with the rules of the Feywild?
I am not, which is partially why I'm asking these questions now. I would not want to be in a situation down the road where you might have to not be in the presence when your presence would be more than happily justified.
Well, there are a lot of rules that I have to follow, and a lot of them take a lot of time to explain. I would be happy to explain them to you, but I can guarantee you that we would not have enough time in this current situation to go through all of them all at one time.
Is there a group of Archfey that you should not be in the presence of?
The Autumn Court.
The Autumn Court. Okay,
Yes,
so even,
the court that was
even
being summoned at the time of your ritual.
So even the Lady of the Leaves would have been angry at your presence on the Prime material and tried to take you back.
Depending on how much time has passed in the Autumn Court versus what we are in the Prime, possibly.
Okay, so just Autumn Court, hard pass. Got it.
Correct. Is there any other questions I can answer for you that we could do relatively quickly?
I'm good.
What's your favorite color?
Mine?
Yeah.
Well, I do like the green of the leaves, but I also like the blue of the sky in the Prime. I haven't really seen the sky blue until I came here, and it was very interesting.
I'm out of questions.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm good.
So we're gonna go fight a hag.
Do we want to go? Here's the question: Is all: Are we gonna go kill a hag, or are we gonna go find a hag?
Doesn't matter. Any plan we come up with, we're just gonna change.
Well, from a proximity point of view, it would make sense to look into this while we're here, but big picture, if we were to find a hag, it sounds like I'm not sure we'd be able to take one down from what we just spoke about. And even if we do find Salusa, I mean, it sounds like she's making preparations to possibly break my curse or kill me. If given time, perhaps, maybe she will be able to break this curse on her own. Would it make sense to mess with what she's doing right now? There's a possibility that I would also see her and want to just kill her.
Can I ask why the first thing that you guys are assuming to do is try to kill the hag instead of asking it for information?
Well, that's what I was wanting to know. Do we just want to find the hag, or execute the hag and claim the bounty?
Well, I don't think you're going to be able to execute the hag.
I thought we were trying to just avoid the hag altogether, based on what you mentioned.
Oh, as I said, they're very tricky, and they do have a lot of power, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go and fight them. The words that are being used are execute, or kill, or off the hag, and I don't think that that's wise. But you can negotiate with the hag at the right price.
The price not being your name, right?
Well, you should never give a fae your name.
Well,
Or at least not your full name.
I'm just look dumbfounded because that's semi-news since I introduced myself.
No, I told you not to give a fae your name early on, but you just chose not to listen to me. But thank you for your full name.
Out of character, but how is Volred supposed to handle that rule given the current conditions? Sorry, that was just a little note.
I think technically, if you give, I think it really is up to the DM on like, what do you go by? Like, is your name Durlove or is your name Volred?
Well, I mean, it's just situationally with me being of someone who's known and going home and going to a city and named after me, it's, kind of easy. Or is this a situation where, like it'd be me physically having to tell a fae, like, oh, this is my name. But so it would be a situation where if a fae would hear someone's full name, it's different than someone introducing themselves.
It is what you're willing to give on your own. So the rule or impact, and this could be interpreted differently, but I'm just, from my research, it's when a fae explicitly asks you for something and you give them that information. That is giving over your birthright or giving over information that is personal to you of your own accord. So when a fae asks you, oh, that's great, what's your name? That's them then engaging with you and asking for that power. Them finding out your name elsewhere happens, like you can always do it, but when you enter in an agreement with a fae, that's when it becomes a problem.
Okay, cool. Thank you for the clarification.
So no further questions?
I mean, I was resorting to violence against the hag because there was a bounty for it. So.
But we've already covered the fact that that is a terrible idea.
It's very unlikely. But that still leaves the question, are you wanting to go ask the hag for information? Because then I do think you should be prepared for any questions that the hag asks you, or prepared to pay any price that she puts in front of you.
Being prepared for these conversations is not my strong suit. Just throwing that out there.
Well, I don't think it's any of ours except Yandra's.
I mean, if we go and try to meet with the hag, you run the risk of not only fighting it, but giving it information that's bad. Salusa has the opportunity to also make the same mistakes we did. So, but Volred could also go mad and try to kill a bunch of people at any moment. I wonder if it's tied with how much corruption you have on you.
That'd be interesting. And that's kind of what I meant with bringing up the timing of this. Would it make sense to try to push forward elsewhere and learn more? Because, I mean, Salusa's alive. She clearly doesn't want to be found right now. What real benefit is there of seeing her now?
Well, if we're not going to go look for the hag, then what do you want to do? Let's help him for anybody.
Well, we still don't understand how your contract works. And Salusa was going to be the best way for us to figure that out. Is that correct?
Well, I don't really think so. I mean, the thing that we don't know is if my contract reset after I died. And I'm not sure if she would necessarily know that information.
But if you her, then your contract is for sure done, correct?
That would be the case.
But if you avoid doing that and your contract is still active, then you will be hunted by the assassins, correct?
Yes.
Okay, well, I do want to say it does sound like you might be somewhat time sensitive to this matter, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to go forward with it right now. But then that brings us back to Azaz's question. What are we going to do now?
I propose that we...
I'm not interested in Kelmec. You're trying to propose. I got it. Go
You're
on.
assuming that he was trying to propose to you. You should let him finish.
Who are you proposing to?
that we scout the swamp for the approximate hag's location, and in the meanwhile, cull lizard folk. As such, they have a bounty on them, so we can bring in some sort of cash.
So we go into the swamp or the swallows and kill other lizards, and then possibly run into the place that the hag habitates. And if we don't, we come back with more lizard stuff.
And which means more money. And I would vote against probing into the hag's area just so we don't get trapped or tricked into a deal.
Well, hags don't usually like people probing them anyway, so.
Looking over the red, do you think your sister would get on the bad side of a hag? Does she lose her temper well?
I mean, she's probably, of all the people I know, the closest to being a hag. So it's quite possible that they would have bonded.
Oh no.
It's really a 50-50. Either that's a combustible situation or they're best friends.
Do you see why there is confusion on whether or not you want to kill your sister or not?
I've stated that I do not wish to kill her because she is a victim in this situation as opposed to me just despising her.
But didn't you despise her because of the actions?
I despised her of many things growing up, but I can't help and think that this situation, she is just another victim as myself, and I would rather not kill her. That would be... If I have to kill her, I will. I'd rather not, but if I have to, I will. But I would not feel good about it, as terrible and mean as she was to me. Clearly, someone was after me and had a shade come after me, and I transferred that over to her, which younger me would not be feeling this responsible and would probably have killed her. But as I try to be a better person, I cannot help but notice she is just another victim in someone else's overall plot.
Well, I will say, if she is here to visit a hag, she is more than likely going to make a deal of some form to stop whatever is coming out, be it you or another shade. The concern I have right now is that whatever price she has to pay is not her price. So, if anything, we should try to take some of the burden of the price from your sister onto ourselves, because this is not a price she should have to pay for.
And we should?
I don't know what this. What
We
this
shouldn't.
is.
Nobody should have to. But considering that it was Red who put this weight on his sister's shoulders, and he is trying to make amends, I think that should be a start. And I am here to help Red, so I am willing to share the burden.
I'm more than willing to help, but their burden of whatever chaos has consumed their lives is not mine. I do feel horrible seeing their family torn apart, and him. I do appreciate watching him try to fix issues that have formed and long-standing I don't know how to word it, but Kelmec is glad to see Volred trying to fix things. It is not directly his fight, but he will fight to help Volred.
I'm down for whatever.
Let's go find the hag.
Woo!
The location of the hag, not the hag directly. Just so we're clear.
Nope, let's just do it. We're gonna find the hag, and I'm either gonna get killed, or what? Do we have a better idea? Because we've been talking about this for 20 minutes, and it keeps going back to finding the hag.
I
And
think
if we find the hag,
location is better than just finding the hag and going straight to her.
Then what do we do after that?
what we always do, YOLO.
So we're going to go find the hag.
Cool.
Great. Yandere gets up and is like, okay, he's going to go downstairs and get a drink if that's the case.
I didn't want to, but...
I don't
No,
want
you're
to either, but I guess.
Yandere went downstairs.
Is it morning?
It's afternoon.
Yeah.
Afternoon?
Early.
Yeah.
You could go back to Mott's and see if they have anything that might be helpful against hags.
I know, like, silver. I'm just gonna kind of, once Yandere gets back with drinks, I'll just be like, I know silver hurts a lot of things. Does silver do much against some fae?
You're going to be waiting a while if you're waiting on Yandere. Yandere went downstairs to get a drink, which means he's going to sit there.
Oh, you're not coming back with your drink. Okay. Then it'll just be a general question to the group, just like, does silver do? I know zombies, vampires, ghosts, undead, generally magical things. Silver is not super great.
It's something that you could have and it might help, but having a magical weapon will probably be of more use.
If we want more information, we could always visit the temple of Neros. I believe it was, Eric. Is it Temple of Neros?
Neros, god of magic and knowledge.
And inquire with one of their professionals to see if there is specific items we should inquire.
Chirp, chirp, chirp,
I'm
chirp.
gonna go see if I can find an alchemist for some potions.
Okay, easy enough. A city this size.
Cool.
So, what are the rest of you guys doing? Yandere's boozing.
Caelan's going to be in the room reading. He's going to be transcribing a spell.
I'm gonna go downstairs.
Okay.
I'll see Yandere, and I'll point at him, and I'll make a hand side fight, pulling a cork off of a thing, and I point outside.
Yandere looks at Izal and is looking at his cup and is like, and gets up and starts walking with Izal with the cup in hand.
I'm going to go walk into town and see if there's a masseuse in which I could get a quick massage.
Yeah, you love that kind of stuff, huh?
Well, it's been a while since we visited a nice bathhouse. I figure if I might possibly be needing to maybe kill my sister, I should feel nice and relaxed in the muscles.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
Well, you do find one singular bathhouse in town. I mean, it's just kind of somewhat communal, more like sauna than like top tier spa. But, I mean, you're able to bathe and get rubbed down and feel good, so.
Get rubbed down, you say?
How much do I pay for these services?
About 5 silver.
Great.
You know what? I'm gonna go. I'm gonna eat dinner. Just hang around till dinner time, eat dinner. Then I'm gonna go to the drunk gypsy and just. I'm gonna go get slammed again.
Okay. So I guess you guys are just gonna chill around, doing shopping and various stuff until the day is done.
We're not gonna go in the swamp at night. That'd be stupid.
Come on,
Sounds
it's
like
not
a
that
plan. Let's
bad.
do it.
Fucking stumbling around, just. So, what are y'all doing in the swamp?
Okay. So, you guys awake the following morning on the 39th day of the first seed. And the day is yours. Do with as you will. Not morning people, it seems.
When I went to go look for potions, was I able to find, for one, weird potions, like generic consumables that aren't just healing? And was I able to find any of those potions of advantage? Since I'm all out of those.
Since you're all out of those, let's take a look here.
Strength, enlarge, reduce, visibility, anything. All kinds of consumables. Because I don't have spells, so... Well, I got one spell. Well, I got 3.
So yeah, you can definitely find other potions. Climbing, healing are some of the more common ones, as well as fire breath, greater healing, some resistance, potions of water breathing. See. I don't know why I'm not finding. Yeah, it's uncommon. Yeah, it's uncommon. You should be able to find those in limited quantity, but you could probably find 2 or 3 scrounging around.
How much is a potion of advantage?
Well, let's see. Let's assume that you got to go to 3 different places to find them. And you can get one. There's one for 210, one for 265, and then one for 245.
I'll buy one for 210. For when we all die to that hag. Have advantage on
We're
one
not
of those.
gonna die.
You're right. We won't.
We're just gonna get enslaved for all of eternity.
Look at the birds.
And will probably die.
It's Aaron, not the character.
Are we discussing this as a group?
Sure. Get back to the room after I bought a potion.
Because we don't have to go talk to the hag.
I'm down for whatever.
Just have to go kill the hag.
Don't
I mean,
stop.
if you read the stories, the last thing you want the hag to do is speak. So, all right, what are we doing today, guys? We ready to head out?
Going to the swamp.
To the swamp we go.
Okay. So, you guys, what?
I guess.
Okay. So, you guys collect your belongings, and then head out the western gate of the Havens in Coriston, passing along the same kind of rough, overgrown cobblestone road that you guys had traveled along the other night, heading out into the forests. And you guys continue to make your way westward until you guys are able to make your way near the Sangual Swallows. Here, pull up this. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. From here, it takes you guys. So one of those is. Yeah. It takes you guys most of the day by foot to travel westward. And towards the evening, you guys come to about the same place that you guys were at, you figure, where the ritual cave was located. As the ground continues its shallow, its lazy decline in towards the eastern edge of the Sangual Swallows, you start to see lights kind of pop up through the mist in the distance. And about the time you guys have to start calling it a night, you come into the boundary of a small hamlet. Looks like there's maybe a few dozen, 100 max people who live in this small place. You see numerous kind of tiered market gardens, along with various kind of weaving textiles of reeds and other such. People are kind of looking at you as you guys come into town, but don't approach you, and just kind of leave you to where it is. This small hamlet does not appear to have an inn per se, but you do find a small kind of public house, kind of tavern, where it looks like some of the locals have congregated to spend their evening hours.
Yeah.
We should ask around, see if anyone's seen any hints of fey creatures or places in the forest or the swamp that no one goes.
Sounds like a good idea.
Ready, break. I go wandering off.
Hey,
I will follow suit.
I'm about to go
Not
back
gonna-
to enemy, so.
I was say I'm not gonna follow Izal, but I will wander off to go ask questions.
2 people will make friends. I will make 5 enemies in this little town.
I will follow his.
Eric,
mm-hmm.
the hamlet has a militia.
If you could call
You
it
could
that.
Call it that. It's like 5 guys, right? 5 or 6 dudes, maybe.
Yep, that are like weekend warriors once a month.
Yeah. While they're in the tavern, I'll drop my stuff off with them. It's not big, right? It's not a big
Gathering place.
hamlet.
Yeah, no, not big at all. You're guessing there's like, I mean, there's like a couple dozen buildings, but the place appears almost entirely residential. Um, and what public amenities there isn't an economy per se. It's mostly just subsistence.
I'll see if there's anyone on duty tonight to ask questions.
On duty? No. But I guess you just because there's no one who is obviously they're not like dressed in any kind of militia garb or anything. But you can find a couple adults, obviously, and speak with them if you need.
Yes.
Okay. How are you approaching them?
Aggressively.
In politely, but inquisitively. Just excuse me, adventurer from Foreston. In the morning, we were gonna venture into the swamps. I just had some questions before we fully embarked into there.
Okay, so you're asking about the local swamps.
Yeah. Like, what direction should we not go? Lizard men that have maybe been spotted. Some weird stuff. I'm not gonna specifically say hag stuff. It should be like really weird stuff.
Okay. Kind of popping in. You do find a young man, or definitely a man, who's wearing a mixture of rough spun clothing and what looks like a mixture of leathers, some reptile skin, some fur. He's got a bow kind of slung around his back. As you kind of approach him and immediately kind of jump into asking questions, he's just kind of regarding you as he's in the process of like shifting and unloading hides and other things, mostly just kind of putting you on background noise. When you're done, he kind of is looking over. More fuel for the fodder, huh? All right, well, the swamps will swallow you up if you head too far out. I guess the only thing to tell you is stay as close to the village as possible. The farther west you go, closer to the Gulf, the more dangerous things get. Partially because the paths out there are fewer and farther in between. The muck gets real soft and is known to swallow a man if you're not careful. That's also where a lot of the bigger things like to hide, seeing as there's more places for them to hide. And I wouldn't get caught in the marshes out after night. There's strange lights that appear out there, and they're liable to take you out someplace and drown you. Well, and then of course, you want to avoid lizard folk if at all possible. Kind of looking you over. That armor of yours is going to be more of a hindrance than a help. And, well, if you do end up angering anything, don't come back to the village. We can't help you. Starts packing her stuff up there.
Is he unloading a cart or like?
Not a cart. It looks like he was reorganizing some stuff out in front of his house. A quick look around. He appears to be a hunter by trade, as you can kind of like look past him a little bit in the fading light and look what appears to be like some tanning sleds, and a variety of like some hanging and hooks and stuff to drain and process carcasses.
Yes. I will offer him help if he wants it. Just for answering my questions. And I understand that y'all don't get many visitors, so it is very strange for someone to come wandering in at night and then asking questions.
This kind of looks over. Thanks, but I'm good. It's not so much that I dislike you, it's just... Well, you said it. You're new, and quite frankly, I just want to be left alone. I just didn't want to seem impolite.
Well, I do apologize for disturbing you for the evening, and have a good one.
Yeah, if you do want someone who's a little bit more open-mouthed, you should probably head over to the tavern. That's, let's see. Where are you? That's where you'll find Alara. She owns the place, and quite frankly, she's a bit of well, she likes people. Be much more likely to get something out of her.
Well, then, we can go back to the tavern / public sleeping house thing with the other people and their question.
Yep. Is all. You come to this tavern, which really just kind of appears to be a cottage with an outdoor kitchen and kind of porch area that seems to have been kind of enclosed after the fact. Kind of like if someone just kind of converted their garage or screened in a porch or something, a little ramshackle. So it's not a purpose-built structure. But as you enter, this place houses maybe room for 12 at full capacity. And most of the people are just kind of talking. You hear different wisps of conversations about the swamp or harvesting or just modernity. Mundane life here in the hamlet.
Well, dang, Billy, it's sure is a hot one this year. I know. We'll get the swamp next year.
But as you guys kind of answer, this kind of high-pitched voice kind of comes off from your left as this young woman with kind of this strawberry blonde hair and this very pleasant disposition kind of looks over and goes, "Oh, well, hi, y'all. Welcome in. Welcome in. This is the hamlet of Braunburn, and I'm Laura. I own the tavern here, and be just delighted to help you guys out. Where are you from?"
All kinds of places. We just came in from...
You guys were like slowly crowding into the small room.
Passing by the conversations. Hi. We're from all over the place. We came from... I can never remember the name of that place because Lord always calls it something different every time. Trying to think about what it was without looking at
I don't know what place you're referring to.
Let's bust out the
The
map.
city name?
Yeah. Where did we just
Croissant?
I know what it is, but I want to see him struggle.
Corlosa.
That's why I said the wrong name. Ooh, buddy, I love it.
I just pulled up the map.
Come on.
Oh, look at that. It's
Come
Coruscant.
on.
Hi, we came
All
from
right.
Coruscant.
She kind of looks at her and goes, "Ah, adventurers, because, well, to be quite honest, you don't really look like merchants, so... Well, still, while it is you're here, I suppose I could get you guys a little bit of a drink. I don't really see any horses, so I imagine you guys been walking through the muck most of the day.
Yeah, it took a while. We decided not to go dragging horses into what we're going to do.
Okay, out of character, side note, where are our horses?
They're at your house.
Kiosa.
Okay, cool.
I know where
Mine's
they
Yeah.
in the celestial plane.
That place
bitch.
you're not entirely sure whether or not you're allowed to go back to.
There wasn't anything in the contract.
So we can't go back.
That is true.
I'm going to get my murder cow. We need to be at a certain place to do that.
We get a sending message.
Good
Hey,
old-
is this murder cow y'all's? Can you come get it? It's killed like
It's murder.
five
Yeah.
guys.
Because of the
It's murdered
murders.
half the town guard.
Oh no.
Or it could be like, yes, there was some people who tried to usurp the kingdom, but in a very unusual turn of events, this cow rampaged and murdered
There's a
everyone.
bronze statue of Murder the Cow, the Oryx in the center of town now. Like, holy shit.
Yep.
That would be amazing.
Better heroes than we are. Look at that.
That would be like some Gorbeck shit right there.
Accidentally.
So anyway,
does the right thing.
Yep. Murder.
So
your
anyway.
truth.
is kind of sitting in there. She goes, "Well, unfortunately, I'll have to give you some ale, because that's what we make here." And she starts kind of pulling out these little wooden tankards and kind of filling them up. So, where you guys planning on staying, or you guys pitch a little place just outside of town?
Well, we just got in, so we haven't really made a decision of what we're doing quite yet. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot of room around here, but we wouldn't want to impose on anybody either.
Well, that is true. Unfortunately, we're not really big enough to have anything like an inn or anything like that. Most of the people who come down here are merchants, and they usually come with carts and such, so they tend to make pretty good time. You know, they'll leave early in the morning, get here sometime around noon or in the early afternoon, load up and just head on back. Or they'll pitch camp out on the east side of town where it's dry. But I mean, of course, you guys are free to do that. It's easy enough. There's a section. Well, you guys probably would have passed it by now. That's a bit more flat, and there's already some area set up for campfire if that's easy for you. But I mean, alternatively, I suppose I could put you up here at the very least to be out of the rain, as this place does tend to get a little foggy in the night, and dew is pretty common. But unfortunately, we keep the taps running pretty late around here, and we start them up pretty early, all things considered. So, I mean, it'd be kind of a late to bed, early to rise kind of scenario.
We should be fine pitching a tent somewhere in town that's not here.
All right, well, that'd be just fine. So, but you guys doing anything particular? You heading out into the swamp, or surely you didn't come all the way out here to buy some baskets?
You have baskets?
Oh, yeah, we have most of the crops that we grow are just kind of local for us, but the reeds out here in the swamp, we dry them out and we make all kinds of stuff. Baskets, crates, really just about anything you can weave with reeds. Pretty good stuff, too.
Well, I didn't want a basket before, but now I kind of do. We came up here for a specific reason, though. You wouldn't happen to hear anything about stuff going on deep in the swamps, places people try to avoid?
Oh, there's always rumors of something going on in the swamp. It's a pretty dangerous place. Thankfully, the guard in Coriston comes out every, couple weeks or so and just does a quick patrol. Keeps a lot of the dens from the lizard folk from getting too close. Beyond that, most of the stuff we have to deal with is sturges. And they occasionally make their way out to the outer side, trying to look for something to eat.
What's a sturgis?
Anything that's a sturgis. Well, a sturge is it's kind of like a giant mosquito.
Yeah.
Yes, there are whole swarms of them out in the swamps. The biggest thing is they're kind of like, I guess one of the mages that came through here said heat seeking. They can they can sense a warm body for, I don't know, a whole long ways away. So there's not really any way that you can hide from them exactly. Mostly they're just a nuisance for some of us farmers, but you get a whole bunch of them attack you at once, it can be a pretty bad day. I'd hate to say, but some folk have, died by some of them being completely drained of their blood. Usually they're not a problem for adventurers, though, but in any case, it's a little early in the year to really have to worry about them, though. They usually don't really start swarming like that until late spring, perhaps summer.
I apologize. You told us your name. People call me Izal, and this is my friend here. I point at Caleb.
Caleb, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Caleb. Is all. And at this point, I'm sure Kelmax is definitely there. Probably having to duck a little bit to get through the front door.
God,
Takes up half the room.
Gotta avoid a antler chandelier or something. I'm Kelmac. Try to find somewhere to sit. Just squeeze down. Ugh.
Well, it sure is a pleasure meeting all of you. Oh, but you were talking about the swamp. Yeah, it's much easier and safer to traverse during the day. Once it starts getting nighttime, that's when the place really starts to come alive. They're said that there's ghosts and other kind of spirits that kind of wander the swamp at night. People who have drowned. There's some areas of quicksand and muck where you get in there and it just starts devouring you. You end up drowning and being buried, and no one ever sees you again. Then there's also the weird lights that peer out. One of the other wizards came through some time back, said there's something called will-o-wisps. I don't really understand why they call them that, but I do know they're little floaty balls of death. They seem perfectly nice whenever you interact with them, but they always seem to want to take you somewhere. And everyone I know who's ever went out to travel has ended up damn near drowned in the swamp. I think they're kind of like one of those ghosts, the poltergeists that like to just kind of fool with people. And
Chicken?
I guess
A poultry ghost?
some kind of chicken that isn't a chicken.
Kind
I don't know.
Poltergeist?
Something like that.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. Anyway, I just think it don't like folk and like to just wants to make people miserable and get them to kill themselves. But maybe they can't kill them themselves. You know what I mean? And so they just kind of have to lead them astray. I don't really know. All I know is they're dangerous. So you want to avoid being out in the swamp in the middle of the night.
Good strategy.
We will keep that in mind.
I lean over to Caleb's like, Caleb, should we mention the hag or should we just avoid the word?
I would avoid it for now.
Oh, like asking around the question though.
If you really feel up to it,
I've made worse enemies. Have you had any reports of some powerful being living out in the swamp?
Powerful being. She kind of sits there for a brief moment, kind of reaches over, grabs, one of the pitchers of ale and is kind of like refilling some cups. Well, powerful beings. I don't know that I could really say anything exactly. I do know we have some really big lizard folks that come through time to time. That's not something one of our local group's boys can handle. It's something that we have to generally call out to the Adventures Guild over in Corson and take care of. They tend to stay pretty much on the northern side of the swamp, though, and tend to leave us be. Give us a nice wide berth, which is good. Of course, there's always talks about living trees and occasionally like some kind of evil fairies that live out there. Of course, we have the stories, a hag lady that lives out there and grants all kinds of deals and such, but ain't no one around here heard or seen anything like that. And living memory, really. It's mostly just the old people that talk about that.
Well, as long as there's nothing too crazy, we should be alright. And as long as we avoid certain areas, we should be okay then.
Yeah, I suppose if you wanted to know anything more about that kind of stuff, Gwyneth lived here in Braunburn the longest. Other than that, you might go talk with Sariel. She's you'll get to know her. She's real nice. Not from the village here though. She's from farther east here. She's a ranger. She's about the only one around here that goes out into the swamps pretty regular. She's one of them ranger folk, so she knows quite a bit about the area.
Alright. Well, thank you. We're gonna probably see if we can ask around, see if we can get more information before we go wandering off into the swamp, of course. And,
Of course.
here's, I hand over 20 silver. It's for the drinks and for being such a
She kind of looks at it and goes, "Oh, honey, don't get me wrong. I do the best I can, but this swill ain't worth that."
Well, it was for the conversation, not for the ale. So,
Well, now I don't know whether or not I should be offended about that. Let's just say that a little bit of it is for the ale and the rest of it's for the conversation.
alright.
She kind of goes to sweep it. All right. Well, you need anything else, you just let me know.
Will do. And I'll look around and like, Kaylin, let's look for a really old person. Or a ranger? Should we ask them their name first?
She actually did mention the old woman was Gwyneth,
Mm-hmm.
and the ranger was Sariel.
Anything sorry.
Like cereal?
Sariel.
Cereal.
Sariel.
So, want to go looking around for some more people? I don't know. Did Volred and Yandre follow us in here? Or are they asking?
Yeah, I imagine at this point you guys kind of have to kind of turn around and start exiting in reverse.
Yeah.
Because this whole room's like maybe 15 feet by 15 feet.
I guess
Oh,
me
fuck.
going out to ask people questions was just kind of
Yeah.
following us all at this point.
Yeah, I think Jan said he was going to do it.
Sorry, yeah, there's just a lot of dispersing that happened. Was there anything in particular? A quick look around. As stated previously, this place is mostly subsistent. There's not really much. There does appear to be a trading post and a blacksmith here in town. As far as like the only two actual buildings of economic or commerce. And beyond that, about half the population, you'd guess, are children, under the age of 16. The rest are mostly adults, human in general. You do spot one woman who is a half-elf. You also can spot that there is a shrine, not a temple, but just an outdoor shrine that is currently being tended by an older gentleman. And a small kind of local cemetery exists just beyond that. Any place in particular you wanted to go and look at?
I can go to the shrine with the older gentleman.
Okay. So, let's see here. You head in to the shrine, and it appears to be a goddess of the hunt. Go ahead and roll me a religion check.
Hunter's Bay?
18.
Let's see here. Because, there we go. Full City's Pantheon. Yes, this is a shrine of Tarthan, who is the god of nature and the hunt. He's one of the deities in the Free Cities Pantheon. You don't know a lot about him, but his name and information has come up during your time in Choriston, just kind of getting the lay of the land. As you come through, he's in the process of the statue that seems to have been carved out of wood. Seems to be kind of using a little bit of a scythe to kind of clear away debris and just kind of set up some new candles and such.
What was the name one more time?
Tarthan. Like Tartan, but Tarthan. But yes, as you approach, he kind of looks at you as you kind of come in. He goes, "Ah, I don't seem to recognize you. An adventurer, is it? You don't look like a merchant. Although, you dress well enough. Apologies. I've lost my manners. Father Adric. That's mostly just a title they give me. I am just generally considered one of the older and wiser members of the village. My wife, Gwyneth, and I are some of the oldest living residents here, and I take care of the shrine, so naturally they give me that title.
Great. Well, I am an adventurer, though I guess you could say I dress somewhat like a merchant, but I do have a lot of armor on, so I don't know if that's necessarily an accurate title. So, I did have a quick question for you. Well, maybe not a quick question, but at least a series of questions.
Well, I'm here to help you out and give you what wisdom I can. After all, most people seem to have kind of turned their backs on the gods nowadays, so as you can see, as he kind of gestures to a distinct lack of pews or seating areas, I don't get very many visitors.
Well, you do worship a god of the hunt, right?
Yes, Tarthan, more than just the hunt, is a god of nature. Revered, worshipped by hunters and rangers, those who value the wilderness. But more specifically, he helps and protects the natural world and those who live in harmony with it. A very important deity to be on good terms with when you live out in a border town like this, especially given how inhospitable some of the neighboring territory can be.
Yes, understood. Where I'm from, I worship a god of the hunt as well. But I actually have a question for you in regards to some stories or fairy tales, as your place might call them. There was some interesting stories about a hag out in the swamp of this area. Do you happen to have any information on that?
Well, yes, there are lots of stories going on about that. When I was young, I was told stories of a hag, an old witch that lived out in the woods, even long before my time. And occasionally would menace the village. From what I was told, one of the local groups, a group of adventurers, not unlike yourself, came down from Coruscant and took care of her. And, well, despite the fact it is said that she isn't really dead, or at least the ghost or spirit of the hag still haunts the area. Though I can't really say that I or anyone I know have ever really had any run-ins or such with the hag. I can say, though, when I was young and the swamps weren't quite so treacherous as they are now, it was quite common for those of us young in the village to test our mettle and bravery by traveling out towards the western end. There is a place in the southwest of the swamp where she was said to live. So we could travel out there from time to time and see if we can get close to the hag's hut, so to speak. The water out there gets pretty close to the gulf, so the land grows more and more treacherous, as there really isn't much land out there at all. And once I even managed to find, or at least what I assume to be her cabin. So I know such a place exists, but as far as I can tell, there was no one that was living there at the time, and I was barely a boy of 13 at the time, so I had the bravery to go and have a look, say. Mostly, I tried to get out of there as fast as possible. So, as far as my mind was concerned at the time, the mere existence of the hut was enough to say that something, at least some part of the fairy tale was true. But, and there it has remained, untouched really, as far as I know. Though, on occasion, there are some adventurers or individuals who come through asking about her, and most of the time they come back and either say they couldn't find it, or they don't come back, which only further fuels the speculation that the hag is still there. I personally think that's just a load of poppycock. As I said, that particular area of the swamp isn't often patrolled, and the ground is dangerous. It's entirely possible for even the strongest adventurers to simply step off into a patch of devouring muck and sink beneath the swallows, which is actually partially where the name of this place is received. But
because that is what I was trying to find out. Someone told me about the swallows, and then when I asked if anything swallows, they said no. And now you're telling me that the swamp is the thing that actually swallows people.
oh, yes, well, I would imagine if people told you no, then it's probably they haven't spent any time here. But yes, the ground here is rather deceptive. Once you step off, there are some areas where the ground lacks a lot of firmness, and sort of like standing out on a beach as the tide comes in and out, you'll feel the ground beneath you kind of shift away, and you'll be slowly dragged down into the muck. Most of the people who are out here, they either die of diseases or they drown. And even worse if you manage to find yourself stuck when a large alligator or crocodile comes to make its way around. Not much protection you can get when you can't move, and eventually you end up lizard scat. But at any rate, yes, occasionally people come through. The only last one would have probably been probably a whole seed ago, asking about the location of this hag. I tried to warn the poor woman not to head out to the swamp. She was certainly not prepared, but she did anyway, and has yet to return. So I suppose she too is lost to the swamps somewhere. Of course, I reported the disappearance to the guards last time they came around, but they seemed more or less uh, uncaring.
Huh. Um, you said a woman. By herself? Do you happen to know any other details about this woman?
Only that she seemed somewhat desperate to find the hag. She seemed that she was, well, trying to very quickly find a solution to her problem. Um, she didn't like to keep her face hidden. I could tell she was of elven um, lineage, and perhaps quite beautiful, from what I can tell. Um, she constantly looked over her shoulder, however, as if she was expecting some invisible pursuer to manifest, really, at any given moment. Um, it took Gwyneth and I a good long time to get her to at least agree to sleep before heading out into the swamp. And even when she did, unfortunately, her sleep was quite distressed and filled with nightmares. We could tell something was clearly wrong, but she was unwilling to delay her trip any further. Uh, I do know that she had spoke briefly to Sariel to get an idea about how best to safely reach the area, but when Sariel would not agree to take her out there, um, well, that was that. Sariel did try and track her a little bit when she didn't come back, but Sariel said that she could find no evidence of what had happened to the dear woman. So, as far as we can tell, she was probably drowned in the muck somewhere.
Wow, that's unfortunate. I had heard of someone trying to go out and to meet the hag, but it can't be the same person because the description that I had is this other person was relatively close to being a hag themselves, and I didn't know that they would be beautiful. So that doesn't sound like the same person. But you said this Sariel knows how to get to the area.
Oh, she knows that particular area the most. I mean, I, of course, am far too old to have gone there anytime soon. Uh, Sariel does occasionally head out into the wastes. She knows that area better than anyone around here. She could at least get you closer, but I would hope you would not go alone, well prepared.
Oh, no, definitely wouldn't go alone, but it is interesting to know. So, well, where can I find this Sariel?
Sariel normally doesn't come in until the wee hours of the morning. She's of elven lineage, so um, she can see in the dark, and so tends to mostly spend that time as late as we can until everyone is asleep. Then she usually comes in for at least a few hours to rest and handle her business before heading back out into the swamp. Occasionally, she comes by and pays tribute to Tarthan, which is how I've generally come to know her over the time. However, I suppose from your perspective, there is, on the north side of town, and he kind of points off in the setting sun, you see what looks like kind of like a watchtower, maybe, but it's really only like 2 stories tall, and is completely enclosed, but does kind of have a little bit of an open top, so it could be used for that purpose. She stays there most of the time, central room. This is not really her place, but considering she doesn't spend very much time in the village, she mostly just occupies some space there, and it makes it a little easier for her to keep her watch out while she's here.
Great. That is very helpful information. And thank you so much for sharing that with me.
My pleasure.
Oh, wait. One second. Yandere will fidget through his bag and grab one gold piece and hand it over to the old man.
He kind of takes and goes, "Ah, well, thank you for your donation, and may the light of Tarthan bless you as you travel through the wilderness."
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Well, that was a lot of information and I really appreciate it, but I must be on my way now. I have to go find this, not the hag, but the person who looks relatively close to a hag. And I feel like there's a long way ahead of us before I can get there. So, thank you.
Well, good evening.
Then Yantri will turn off and walk back.
Okay. Let's see. It's probably about this time you come as your group is exiting the tavern. Talking amongst themselves.
Hi, Andre.
Hi.
Hello.
Where'd Volred go?
I've been chilling.
He is sneaky.
Ah,
Allred comes up behind both of us.
Ninmore was murdered.
There he is.
Well, as we walk further out and meet up with you, find out anything good? We learned a little bit inside.
Oh, yes. So there was a shrine of Tarthan that's over there that is housed by a old man who's been here relatively a long time. He was married to a lady named Gwyneth, and they take care of the shrine and have a lot of visitors. Well, not a lot of visitors. They have people that come in and out, but not very frequently. He has had experience with going into the swamp, but hasn't done it recently. He did it when he was a child, probably about 13 years old. He traveled out into the swamp and went about, I think he said south, probably southwest, out towards the Gulf, and there was a good chance that he saw the hut of the hag. But that was a long time ago, and he thinks that it still remains, but he's not really sure. There's a lot of adventurers that come out and try to go see this hut, but most of them don't return back. Actually, all of them haven't returned back, or he hasn't seen them, which kind of continues to mystify the lore of the hag actually being out there, but he thinks that that's a bunch of poppycock, and that doesn't actually happen. He did let me know that there was this beautiful woman that came and tried to go out and find the hag, but he did make them stay in their hut between him and Gwyneth, and she slept horribly, but was in a rush to get out there and was trying to escape someone. But it's not the same person that we're looking for, because that person was beautiful and did not look like a hag. Then he did tell me about this person, Sariel, yes, Sariel, who lives on the north side over there in that watchtower-like building, but it's too small to be a watchtower. It's only like 2 floors. It doesn't actually watch over anything. It's just kind of another building that they stay there. But they don't live there. They don't live there at all. They actually just stay there because they don't stay in the city very long. But they go into the swamp a lot, and they are very familiar with the swamp, and they have a good chance of being able to walk us somewhere close to where the hag's house may be, but they probably won't take us all the way.
Well, almost is better than us wandering.
And it is very dangerous. Basically, I know why they call it the swallows now, because the ground technically swallows you up. If you stand in a certain spot and get stuck into the muck, it could swallow you, and then you could also be, what did he say? Could also be bait for large alligators or crocodiles, which I don't think they both coexist in the same environment, but that's something different, and I don't know if he necessarily knew that. But he meant either large crocodile or large alligator, and you become defenseless and then become alligator scat, which is the exact words that he said, and I don't know exactly what that means. That must be some prime material statement, but it's fine. But you can get swallowed there, and that's why they call it the swallows.
Could you back up to that person, that female you said, who was trying to find the hag? Can you say that part again, Yandere?
Yeah, the beautiful woman who came in probably about a seat ago, was trying and running away from someone, felt like there was a ghost that was going to pop up behind her all the time, but was very restless and was really scared. Came in and stayed at the shrine owner's place, but didn't sleep very well and left pretty much immediately, and was not very hag-like. So, yeah.
That sounds like Salusa, though.
But you said Salusa was very close to a hag, and hags are not beautiful.
No, Salusa was. Ugh. Salusa didn't look like a hag. I just said she acted like a hag.
You said she was very close to a hag, and so they probably got along.
I meant personality.
Oh, well, you should have said that at first.
Sorry, but a vernacular misstep.
A venereal misstep?
Yes.
You should really get that checked out.
I said vernacular.
Vehicular.
Close.
Oh, okay. So are you saying that this beautiful person is probably Salusa?
Yes.
And she doesn't look like a hag?
That would mean that your sister's beautiful then.
Is your sister beautiful?
I mean, out of
say it.
character.
Nope, need you to say it. I want to hear Volred say it.
No, hold on. I'll get back to that, but I will point out that for continuity reasons, I did previously state that she was kind of frumpy, but the way Eric has recently described her as beautiful, so I'm not trying to...
You might just be mean, Volred.
Maybe, but, you know, I just wanted to be clear on that. She's not, like, ugly, right? But, like, Volred would not have thought her to be, like, beautiful.
She's got that sister filter. Like, nah, she ugly. I don't know who'd ever date her.
Fair.
In reality, she's like top cheerleader or something in the school equivalent. Like, she's so ugly, though.
Okay, back in character. I mean, she's not pretty. She's just not what I would consider beautiful.
Do you consider yourself beautiful?
Well, of course.
Does she have a family resemblance to you?
Yes.
But you call her ugly?
Do you look exactly like all of your siblings, Yandre?
I don't have any siblings.
So therefore, you don't have any background here. Got it.
No, I just don't have any siblings. I look like my parents, though.
That is how biology works.
Yes, it does. But you also look like your sister and you called her ugly. So do you consider yourself ugly or do you consider your sister beautiful?
I feel like I'm being interrogated.
No, not interrogated. I just want to make sure that when I go back to the person at the shrine, I correct myself because she actually is beautiful and not someone that looks like a hag.
Hey, Zal, you want to go find some place to set up a camp?
No, I'm gonna watch this.
Oh, fuck, I'm gone. Bye.
I appreciate your fortitude in looking out for my sister's looks, but there's no need to correct yourself. She is probably currently very ugly, based on all things considered.
Okay, so that person that he was talking about is not the person we were looking for.
Let's go back to Coriston.
Caleb, I bet you 1 silver his sister's hot.
What if she's hot to you but not hot to me?
I have very high standards.
I'll take you up on that.
Alright.
So do we still want to go see the hag or do you want to go back to Coruscant?
Caleb is already going to give you all the money. I already think I'm going to lose. But I wanted to bet.
Because if you want to go see the hag, we need to go see Sariel, who's in the watchtower to the north. But they usually go out into the swamps during the night and come back during the early part of the day, which means they're probably out in the swamps now.
Yes, I would like to talk to this Saria and try
Sariel?
to locate Sariel and locate the hag.
Okay, so we would have to wait until tomorrow, which means Kelmac is going to go set up a camp somewhere, which we should probably go with Kelmac, or find ourselves a tavern. You look like you need a drink.
No, I don't.
You don't?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, then we don't have to go find a tavern. Then we could just go find Kelmac.
Yes.
Oh, great. Yandere will turn around and head in the direction that Kelmac went.
Caleb, you still got that? You still do that dome thingy?
Yes, I can.
Oh, thank God. I don't want to set up a tent. So there's giant mosquitoes.
But yes, we could do that. It'll make things a little bit easier tonight.
Yes. Set up a campfire.
Yeah.
Get this place going.
Okay.
I'll get us some
Lay out those beg rolls because I don't think any of you guys actually have a
Back
tent.
rolls?
Yep.
And
Yeah.
taco
I'm
rolls.
gonna set the dome centered on Malor so I can go outside the dome. Because I can
Okay.
cap through him.
Cast the dome of Calum.
Yep.
And yeah, Calum's cozy cottage
I'll get some.
that is spherically shaped.
I'll get some ADAC out. We'll get that start cooking. I'll use the alchemist jug to get some wine going. What, Kelmac?
Okay.
What are you looking at? I call
Okay,
it
so you guys
glamping.
prep and then are going to head to bed.
Yep.
Okay.
Probably
We'll
take
go
some kind of
ahead.
rest,
Okay. We'll go ahead and pause there to take the 15-minute break. And we will see how this all progresses when we return.
though. Sorry, Nat 21 Adventures. We're about to go to break for like 15 minutes. So, thank you guys for rating, though.
Ooh, how many people?
Uh,
This always happens. It's always right
Yeah,
when
yeah.
We'll be back shortly.
Yeah, you know what it sounds like? It sounds like we need to try and set it up to where we're back around 9, because that seems to be when like the other streams end.
Yeah.
So we might want to think about that. Anyway, see you guys in 15.
Intermission.
Transitory quest.
We're back.
The loading bar.
Oh boy.
Okay. Hey guys, welcome back. We're down on
Hi.
Kelmac, but
Where'd
you
you
know,
go?
I don't know. Probably went to go use the loader box. Okay. So, you guys were heading to go. You guys were sleeping, and then the next day, by getting up bright and early to see if you can go and find Sariel. Correct?
The hunter.
Okay. So, you guys pack up camp. You swoon the dome and head towards the tower. Uh, you guys arrive there on the northern side of the hamlet, Braunburn, um, and find three individuals present. One appears to be a half-elven woman of indeterminate age. Kind of studded leather armor, bow slung across her back. Looks like she also carries a couple like elven curve blade, kind of like scimitar type weapons. She is in the process of having what looks like a stern conversation to a figure in robes, though really more like a hooded cloak. Though from what you can tell, kind of as you approach, he appears to be a relatively young human man, late teens, early 20s, hard to know for certain, kind of tousled brown hair. Whilst a third individual, a young woman, perhaps in her mid-teens, is in the process of drilling with a wooden sword. The terse conversation between the woman you assume to be Sariel and this undetermined or unknown man breaks momentarily for Sariel to turn to the woman and shout out commands and critiques on various sword forms. As you guys kind of approach the tower, a tension between Sariel and the young man kind of turned to you briefly. The young man, deciding the conversation is over, kind of quickly turns and hastily walks away as Sariel kind of turns to focus towards you guys. He goes, well, I was told we had new visitors in the village. Gwyneth said you might even be interested in heading out into the swamps.
Yes, we do desire to venture into the swamp.
We're looking for the hut that's in the
Don't,
swamp.
don't laugh at it.
And Sariel kind of look around. Ah, okay. Hag hunters, huh? You're wasting your time. As I've told everyone else who has come around here, I've been through most of the swallows on the south end, and there's no evidence of any hags. Plenty of beasties to tangle with and get you killed if, you know, that's part of your trouble, but if you're looking for a hag, you're not going to find her here.
Where is she then?
I don't know. The stories I've heard, any hag that might have been here would have been killed by adventurers like yourselves at least a century or so ago. Nothing left really but superstitions. But if you insist on making your way out there, I won't stop you. But if you insist on forcing me to take you out there, at least as far as until we hit the actual bayou section, then, well, you're gonna have to pay me.
How much?
Well, let's see here. If you guys are trying to take it all the way there, that's about a half day's walk easy. Um, full day's wages, let's say 25 gold. I mean, you're adventurers, you can handle it. You could, of course, try and make your way out there yourselves, but the swamps being the way they are, most likely it'd take you 2 or 3 times as long to get out just that far, assuming you make it that far.
And when was the last time you took someone out there?
I took a woman out there a few months back.
And you took her out to the bayous?
Yeah, at the edge, at least until at that point in time, the land starts disappearing and right quick, and it's more water than swamp. But becomes pretty dangerous out that way, but she paid well.
What happened to the woman?
Don't know. She headed out into the waters, pretty much near where it breaks, hits the delta. I waited around for the rest of the day, and when she didn't come back, I just wrote it off.
Well, I think we would be interested in going at least as far out as you were managing to take her.
Kind of looking around. Well, at least you're a group, and you look pretty hardy, so I think you could probably take care of any of the monsters out here, at least the ones in the day. But you'll have to watch where you step. And kind of looking over at Kelmac, that fella's got awful big armor, and you start stepping off into a section of the swallows, and he may be swallowed before you really get a chance to save him.
I don't know how much I like hearing that.
Well, you're walking through an area of unstable ground with an awful lot of weight. So,
Can we like take a canoe or something through the waters, or?
If you are the only one that we are worried about, I have a solution. But if it's several of us, that might be an issue.
well, the rest of you guys seem to travel pretty light, so that wouldn't be a problem. We do have some reed boats that we could take out. It would slow us down a little bit, but at least you could take them all the way out and back. Of course, you'd have to pay for the boats. It's up to you.
How much?
Well, out this way, let's say a refundable deposit of 15 gold per boat.
And how many boats, or how many people would be able to fit in a boat?
Well, 2 to a boat. And kind of looking back over at Kelmac, he might need his own boat.
Kelmac, I think that she's insinuating that you're fat.
I understand.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
So do we want to take a boat out to the swamp, or do we want to just try to walk it?
I will admit it will make the last leg of your journey a whole lot easier.
Let's do the boats.
All right. Well, I have my own, so you don't have to worry about that. But that does look like that'll be 3 boats for you guys. 45 gold.
Would you also like me to pay your wage of 25 now?
Yes, if you want to pay full down, that's fine, but I'll need at least 50%.
I think the answer is yes.
Oh, sorry. She said yes. If you want to pay in full, sure, but she needs at least 50%.
Got it. I am going to then just give the 70 gold, I believe it was, for the wage and the 3 boats.
Yeah, 70.
All right. Well, I'll go talk to Gwyneth and get us some boats then. Imagine you guys will want to be heading out as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Don't want to get stuck in the swamp at night.
Well, I know you guys are new here, but at least you know that much. I'll be right back.
Go
And you
ahead,
guys
Matt.
are left alone at the foot of this little tower. This young girl still swinging and doing sword drills.
No, you. Is she any good? Is she just like?
She's young. It's clear she's definitely in training and is probably hasn't been training for very long. But more importantly, like her fighting style is very different than what you're used to.
Whereas I chop, she like slices.
Yes. Her movements are a lot more fluid, and she keeps like the weapon a lot closer to her.
I fight like humans do and just chop at things until they die.
Mm-hmm. You're, fodder for the fields. So-
Vorit, if you want to add 20, I will pay for. I'll just give you the money you gave for my boat and my part of the wage.
After a couple minutes, Sariel starts coming, like hauling like 2 boats at a time. And when she said reed boat, she wasn't joking. They kind of look like rough canoes that are actually made from like reed thatch that have been kind of stitched together.
Well, they did say
A
they're
grass
known for
boat.
their reeds.
It's a damn good thing. This is light steel and not actual regular steel.
I thought you said it was mithril.
Well, yes, but it's light steel. Air quotes.
Different material.
Yes.
I refused the money from Kelmac.
You motherfucker. Just take the money.
And you spit on them.
Kelmac,
What?
we are only going out here for, well, reasons of, well, me.
But
So let
I'm
me
the
handle
one
the
needing my own
cost.
boat.
Come back. We understand that you're fat, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't take the generosity of Volred.
I am heavy, yes, and large. I am not fat.
I also purchased a boat for, well, whoever else is not on the boat that I'm getting, and I expect nothing in return.
As you guys are having conversations, you can kind of see like Sariel smirking just a little bit, finding your conversation funny.
Don't worry, we're a fine-tuned, effective machine. Sometimes.
For murder.
When we're in battle, or when we have murder.
Oh yeah, murder. I miss murder.
Murder is an effective murder machine.
I miss murder.
Yeah, she kind of looks back and says, "Yeah, I must admit, you guys are probably the least professional group of adventuring professionals who have ever come here to Braunburn. But, your money is good, and ultimately it doesn't really matter. I plan on taking you through areas of the swamp that won't get us attacked. So,
All the
Yeah.
other professional ones didn't make it out, though, so...
Fair enough. All right. And she kind of goes and will start like handing out paddles to people. I assume you guys know how to paddle.
Out of character. Do we need to have like proficiency with aquatic vehicles?
Maybe that would help.
Improvised weapons.
I deliberately used the paddle upside down for a little bit, and then I was like, I got you. I flip back over.
Well, here's the thing. He's all strong enough. It wouldn't matter.
Yeah, the only problem is he's always go, "Bruh," and then the boat would start
turns.
turning.
Oh, both sides. Okay.
Yeah, so what, we go 1, 2, 1, 2,
Or 1 and 1.
or 1 and 1?
Yeah. If there's 2 people on it,
Okay.
then you could just stay opposite sides.
Okay, I'll
He
go.
has his own boat.
Oh. Oh, yeah, you're fucked.
Anyway.
So I would go after the 2 and 2 method.
Okay, so as you guys start loading up into the boats, Sariel has her own boat, Kelmac has her own boat. How are you guys pairing off for the other 2?
I will go with Calum,
Yeah.
as he is the weak wizard.
And like 5 minutes into rowing,
Calum has stopped.
tired. He
Can't
puts
do it no more, Chief.
Well, that's a situation where, like, when you're kayaking, Izal's job is to provide the power. Calum is just there to, like, direct the boat.
Well, here's the thing. What I was about to say was when Caleb stops paddling, we actually go faster.
There's that moment where you stick the paddle in the water where it's just dragging. It's like, come on, you're not helping.
Yeah, he's basically just
He's a
holding
whore.
it and using it like a rudder, just to
Yeah.
kind of steer the front of the ship.
Big help. Big help.
And that means that Volred and I will be in the same boat.
Okay. All right, so let's see here. Where did I put those? Here they are. Okay, let's make a quick check. All right. So, Sariel takes you guys a wide section of stream that runs along Braunburn, heading first kind of southwards and then farther west. You can tell as you guys kind of get south of the hamlet, there's a kind of a raised platform section just outside the hamlet where another slightly smaller shrine sits. This one is actually recognizable by all of you as a shrine of Zendrolian, who is the Free City's deity of storms and the sea. You guys only know him as well as you do because he's a major figure in Coruscant. So you can at least recognize his iconography. And so...
Free cities depend on...
Yeah. So you guys head out the southwards and then a little bit farther west into sections of like the delta where you kind of very quickly land starts to become harder to see. There's just occasional ridges and shallow sections, just lots of tree cover. You guys continue to paddle for a number of hours, taking occasional rests on some kind of sandbanks. A couple of the places actually are some raised areas that look as though they have been set up like temporary camps, as if like this is a commonly traveled path when going through the swamp. And Sariel definitely seems to know her way. As you guys continue on, let's see here. Kelmat, pushing that boat all by yourself, you're starting to really feel the burn in your chest and your back.
I'm tired of rowing.
Let's
I
see
told you I
here.
had another idea.
It was
Which
a joke
is-
because it was a play on the whole scene where
Yep.
the child says, I'm tired of things.
So,
Too damn bad.
Kelmac,
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
if you would not mind marking off a point of exhaustion for me, please.
Eric, you're little.
Stroke.
Sorry, what is that?
Stroke. He's gonna have a stroke, guys.
What the hell does that do?
They disadvantage on checks, ability checks.
Which I have a feeling is going to be crucially important here in a minute.
Like rowing.
Yes.
It gets harder. Now we
Dude,
know
what the crap? Level 2 is speed half? That's so dumb.
Try
Oh,
living
yeah.
with 5.
No.
Yeah.
Just,
Level 2 is leg day.
fuck.
Okay. As you guys are getting farther and farther west, though, as Sariel stated, the farther you get away, more and more of the land around you seems to disappear, and you end up more like you're traveling through shallow lakes. Though the water is rather turbid, and an occasion, like Sariel is having to kind of have you guys swoop through the area to avoid shallow banks that you guys can't really see until you get close up upon them. As you guys are kind of looking to slow down, Calum and Kelmac, if you guys would not mind marking off a point of exhaustion.
Look, I need
Doing exhaustion.
Because you rolled shit for your concentration check before the game started.
I'm not even throwing.
Oh, these are my 2 twos.
Yeah, I knew that
Your
was gonna
two
come and
twos.
bite you in the ass.
My 2 twos.
Yep. And so, yeah, at this point, Kelmac, you're just like, wow, this is like the most I have worked out in a very long time.
I need. Can we
This is why Caleb stopped rowing. He was like, oh no.
can we take a second?
As you're kind of going out to complain a little bit, Saria goes, "Oh, we're nearly there." And she kind of
I don't know
starts
if I'm nearly
leading
there.
you guys just a little bit farther north, kind of back in to a section of the Swallows, where she kind of starts slowing the boats down, and you guys kind of slowly kind of glide up a very shallow sandbar. She kind of looks around quite quickly just to get the lay of the land, moves up to the front of the reed canoe, hops out the front. At this point, it's kind of like knee deep, and she starts pulling the boat out of the water to beach it on a raised section of land.
Follows
Get the
suit.
book out the water.
Yeah, looking so good, Caleb.
Fuck
Yep.
you. Once I get that
This
bitch in the
water's
sand,
deep.
I'm just gonna lay down. Just
Don't stay still for too long.
Yeah,
I think his fur got wet and his boat got heavier because of it.
no. God, I'm fat.
That is a hard thing for an Oath of Glory paladin
I'm
to
out of
admit.
shape.
Something
Just-
tells me that someone has been skimping on their mandatory daily exercise routine.
Spent the
I
night
know.
at the party.
I need.
You know what
I
it
need to get
is?
more fruits.
You swapped out weightlifting and obstacle courses for walking. You need to get back on the cardio.
yeah.
Caleb Gallup.
So,
I mean,
Kalen starts trying to pop his back.
Yeah.
I'm sore.
It doesn't pat. Yeah, it doesn't pop, but you can feel like the tension in it. It's like, oh, if I could just get a few more degrees, I swear I could pop it. But it doesn't, and yeah, you just feel sore.
dude,
I look at
I'll eat a
Volred. I
whole.
look at
I'll
Volred
eat a
and
whole rat.
Yandere. Like, do either one of y'all want to trade next time?
Well, I think what we did worked out very well.
Yeah, I'd like to try some of that.
Some of that cooperation.
Yeah, it was a little rough there in the beginning. You guys were like definitely like towards the back of the pack, but towards the end when you guys like kind of started finding your rhythm, like you guys were like up at the front, you know,
No,
the
this is my
17s
fault. I picked Caleb. That was on me.
So, Sario, what? Where do we do now?
As Sariel kind of sits there, well, we'll take a quick break, and then you guys will be able to head on to your final destination, which is, she just kind of gestures off like to the southeast. So I would say about a quarter mile that way. At this point in time, the waters can get a little shallow, so the boats can't go that far. But if you just go that direction, you should be able to find it really quickly. I'll remain here and watch the boats and ensure nothing takes them away. And when you guys have done what you need to do, then you can return and we can head out. But as I said, if you guys take longer than a couple hours to return, then I will leave without you.
That's fair.
Let's get going.
Well, you guys have a quick break.
That's
But I don't
Yep.
recover from any exhaustion levels.
Nope, you don't. And then you guys start making your way, trudging through the swamp, trying to stick close to trees and upper areas, because Kelmac's already moving really slow, and in the areas where you guys have to descend and wade through the water, he starts moving really slow. Who is leading your group at this particular time?
It'll probably be me.
Yandere! Awesome. If you would not mind, you can roll me perception, nature, or survival. Your choice. Just let me know which one you're rolling.
Survival.
Okay.
Ooh, wisdom.
A dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. There are a couple times as you're kind of making through, based on the information you were able to gather about this area of the swamp, as well as your own experience with the Twilight Marshes and the Veil of Mists back home. A fair amount of the swamp seems somewhat similar, although it lacks the sort of twilight vibrancy of your homeland. But nonetheless, you are able to make it through, or lead your party through some of the more difficult terrain, even navigating them away from some of the areas that are obviously some of the swallows. As you get kind of close, you can kind of start feeling around with your feet, and you can feel the settlement shifting a little bit, and you're like, whoop, nope, not that. And it takes you guys a little bit of time traversing, but you eventually kind of round through a small section of trees, and you can spot ahead of you a shape that kind of looms in the distance among the trees. Kind of a small raised section of land that seems to have some kind of wooden catwalks, piers that seem to skate over some of the water, and two buildings kind of come into focus. One slightly larger, like a medium-sized cottage with a thatched roof, and just outside of it, a much smaller building that may be storage or an outhouse or something like that. But as you guys can kind of see it kind of cutting through a little bit of the mists in the high day, you do kind of see what looks like the faintest bit of light coming out of one of the windows on the front. Could be a trick of the light, but maybe not.
I want to rest. I'm very tired.
Well, we are coming up on a house. Well, at least it looks like it. But that might also be the hag's house. So, I mean, if you want to rest there, we can definitely do so. Come back.
I'm gonna just start trudging.
I would wait, only because if I hadn't stopped you at least 3 times back there, you probably would have fell in a hole. So I would wait and I'll let me go first. Unless you want to be swallowed.
No. I do not desire to be swallowed by a hole in the ground.
Great. So I will attempt to get us to the house safely.
I will hand over a potion to Caleb. You look like shit.
I very much feel like shit.
Cool. I handed over the potion of advantage.
Okay. So you hand him the potion, and okay, and you guys and you're leading them towards the cabin.
Correct.
Okay. So, as you guys approach the cabin, the stagnant smell of swamp fills your nostrils, mixing with the musty scent of rotting wood. A cabin sits on a series of raised piers, seemingly defying the murky waters that surround it. The structure itself appears to be heavily worn from years of neglect, with moss and vines creeping up the walls and roof. Despite its state of disrepair, the cabin seems to have a certain charm to it. A small porch juts out of the front, its boards creaking underfoot. The door, slightly ajar, reveals a dimly lit interior. How close are you gonna get?
Well, no one has told me to stop, and we're intending on getting to the building. So I don't know how far I am before we start realizing all of this stuff. But
I mean, you're kind of getting there. I guess that's the question. It's just how close are you going to get?
Through the front door.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to get to the front door.
All right. Okay, then. So yes, the door slightly ajar reveals dimly lit interior. Peering inside, you can make out a modest living area with a fireplace on one side and a small kitchen on the other. The furniture, while sparse, looks well loved and comfortable. To the side of the cabin, you notice a smaller outbuilding that appears to be a slightly better condition. It's difficult to determine from the distance what its purpose might have been, but you do see some faint light shining from within there as well. As you kind of open up the front door, the place appears somewhat... You're going to jiggle the handle on the door that is currently ajar. And then into the cottage. The area looks recently lived in, though, as stated, quite sparse. The fireplace that sits over in the corner is currently going, as you see this kind of heavy, kind of rough spun, brownish gray kind of cloak completely covering this hunched figure that seems to just be poking at the fire with a poker. Kind of a raspy voice kind of calls out without turning to you. Ah, you're looking for something? I can't help you. You might as well go away.
Well, we're not looking for something, but someone.
Okay. And have you guys all entered the cottage at this point?
Sure.
I'll be last.
You
Yeah.
have no choice, Calmac. You're slow right now.
You have half speed. You're not going to.
You look at the stairs like, fuck.
Yeah, you go to like try to
Speed
push
warp
yourself
speed,
up on the port.
baby.
Yeah, like you go to push yourself up out of the port, onto the porch, out of the water. You're like, okay, never mind.
Charlie
There's a
Horse.
ramp. There's a ramp for handicapped people
Handicap
over here.
accessible. Ooh, nice.
Just like
But yes, with the
roll
sounds
underneath
of
the
more boards coming through and the obvious influx of new people, the figure kind of turns her face over to look at you. I said, oh, as voice kind of trails off, the figure jumps up and shrieks in terror, glancing at the group. The figure throws itself against the back of the cottage, knocking over stuff on the wall, all spilling on the ground. She's holding and brandishing the fire poker as if it's a weapon. Stay away! Stay away!
Put my hands up.
we're not.
Is she brandishing it at a specific area?
From what you can tell, yes. She appears specifically like she's kind of glancing around at the rest of you, but she's spending at least half her time on Volred. As the shroud kind of falls, you see this very haggard, sallow-skinned woman who appears has got to be in her late 80s or early 90s at least. She does seem to have these kind of pronounced elven ears and this long kind of curly hair that looks as though it might have been kind of a beautiful golden color, but all the color has been kind of leached out of it and is now like bone white.
Well, we don't mean you any harm.
We're not.
Are you the person who lives in this swamp? Who's been here for a long time?
Completely disregarding you, Yandere, her gaze still fixed on Volred. You see a little bit of the fight kind of go out of her. The fire poker kind of slumps a little bit. Her body kind of slowly falls to the floor as if a wave of futility takes her over. Like, I figured eventually you would find me. Finish the job, I see. Well, I suppose I can. It's to be expected, I suppose. You never did have much love for me, and if chosen between us, I always figured it would come to this. One day. I just, kind of looking at the rest of your party, didn't think you would bring others to help you do it. So what has he offered you, then? Are you like he? An opportunity to save your own lives at the cost of someone else's?
You're wrong, miss.
I don't think it matters.
We aren't here to hurt you.
The eyes kind of move a little bit. Looking over to Calmac and then to Calum. Obviously a whole lot of confusion going on. Yes. I was Salusa, I suppose. And kind of glancing over to
Do you feel
Calum. I don't understand.
We've been trying to reach you. Been trying to reach out.
your extended car warranty?
Not sure what to say, but that did pop up into my head.
We traveled all the way to the swamp to find you.
I've been
Yeah.
crawling, hauling a dead alligator. I've been trying to reach you, but your car's extended warranty.
Selling markers are crazy.
He's like, yep, I have to deliver these to every single person. But no, she kind of sits and goes, kind of, at this point looking at you confused, and then her eyes kind of moving back, judging and hostile towards Volred. I don't know what he told you, but he has to. He means me harm. It's the only way to save his life.
We've seen it. But he's already died.
Volred,
Paid.
you were right. She does look like a hag. That's my bad. I apologize.
Not now, Yandere. We can talk about this later.
Oh, okay.
Ma'am, did you get cursed by your brother?
Aran is kind of looking back over at Volred. I did.
Why?
I'm not sorry, Kay. Sorry, Kayla. I just want to clear something up real quick. We are not here to kill you. We are not here to finish whatever the hell the shade started. We've honestly been trying to find you because of the imposter and
Hey.
of course.
That is, we can't go that route.
I whisper into Kelmac's ear, "You're breaking a contract with the Fae."
Sorry.
Signed in blood.
Yeah, if that does go against it, since it is magically implemented, I would not be able to say what my brain would think. So it just
You could say it, just under pain of penalty.
I kick Kelmac in his shin.
DM, can we just pretend he didn't say that? Just
Yeah,
because this is a fresh thing.
I mean, we'll say like that's an issue where Kelmac starts talking and then he just kind of like feels a feeling tingling over him. It's like, ooh, that's not good.
That's a kick.
Like a
Then I will keep
in the
it, I will keep
doublet.
it to we are not trying to kill you. Right?
Salusa.
Does that fall? That falls under.
I'm just going to interrupt Kelmac and say, Salusa, I have practically no memory. What happened after the Shade showed up?
She's just kind of looking at you. Still doesn't really seem to trust necessarily. You see her grip tighten a little bit more on the fire poker, but answers anyway. What do you mean? You offered yourself to the Shade, dear love. You tried to kill me. And she kind of reaches towards a section on her shoulder. Missed. But your wound was deep enough to do some damage.
The necrotic damage.
And she kind of, her eyes kind of go somewhere else for a moment. Yes. Didn't know what it was at first. I just felt weak. As if my strength was being sapped from me. I thought it was just the hazards of the road. I had been on the run for so long. But then as the wound began to fester, I began to age. I visited numerous shops and temples. None of them could ever really help me. potions and spells. They seem to temporarily relieve whatever this curse is. But it would always come back. And when I was nearly out of money, I came out here in hopes that I could find this hag I had heard stories about and be able to trade for some manner of salvation. She wasn't here. And at that point in time, I was simply too weak. So, here I have remained. This curse, whatever it is, seems to prevent me from dying of hunger or thirst, but doesn't dull the pain.
I turn to Caleb. Caleb, are you able to perform the same spell that you've been using on my wound?
I could definitely try, and I have it prepared.
Yandere.
Salusa. Go ahead, Yandere.
Oh, I've seen you do it a couple of times. I can do that as well in case you need me to.
That would be much appreciated. Salusa, every time someone has tried to remove the curse, has your age gone back, or does it just slow the aging?
Comes back for a time.
Then,
Never seems to last.
do you mind if I try and help? I reach my hand out.
And cast
At this
disintegrate
point.
on
And she kind of shrugs away from you. Beyond help.
Yandere will step up real quick, not to like alarm her or anything. I don't know if this will help, but if it will ease your mind, we've talked to your mother as well. And then Yandere will pull out
She kind of swaps over, kind of taking a look at Yandere at the mention of Faruna.
and Yandere will pull out the Yarisaria leaf that, or flower that Volred's mother gave him.
Mhm.
And like present that to Salusa. Just so you know, we've gone and talked to your family before, so I just want you to know that we genuinely mean to come and help you. If you don't
And she-
trust him, maybe you'll trust someone your mother trusts.
With that, she seems somewhat wistful at the including of the flower. She's kind of shaking her head, then goes, I don't understand. How did you break the curse?
We don't know, but I'm clearly in the same room as you right now and have no urges or indications to harm you. Which, by the way, DM, Volred's not feeling any like tingly things, right?
I mean, you might be feeling a little bit of pulsing in your back. So, yeah, you don't have any kind of homicidal rages building. Maybe that's because Caleb's done such a good job of keeping your corruption in check. Who knows?
Cool. I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything like building up in the background. I assume you would have mentioned if there was, but we can continue.
No, I mean, yeah, for clarification, like, you guys have definitely seen that if left for a period of time, the corruption does extend. but Calum and you have always been really good about nipping it kind of in the bud, just kind of keeping it at a manageable level, such that it doesn't ever get as bad as it was in the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's still definitely some corruption. It's just manageable now.
All right.
I was going to mention Salusa. If it makes you feel better, I can leave the room.
She kind of sits there for a moment, chuckles a little bit. You being nice. I suppose I should trust that more than anything, because it seems you might not be my brother.
As much as I would love to say something mean right now, you look good. And I turn around and walk away.
I'll follow Volred out.
I look over at Caleb and I'm like, are we talking about the same person? It's okay. It's okay. Don't answer that. I go back to presenting the flower to her. I was like, we still have to remove the curse.
Yeah, so as you guys are doing that, then she kind of lets go of the fire poker and kind of reaches out for the Athoria flower. Takes it and just kind of very gingerly is kind of holding on to it.
It was a gift from your mother.
She grew a great many of them at home.
Still does.
Miss home.
Do you want us to try to help you?
She's kind of thinking for a moment. You really think you can?
Won't be able to completely remove it, but we can give you some of your vitality back.
You've done it for Red, for Darelov.
With that, she seems hopeful for a brief moment. Very well.
Do you want to do it or do you want me to?
Let's both do it.
Inflict wounds, 5th level.
It's going to take a lot.
No.
Shut up, his Vampiric touch.
You bastard!
Oh no, Volred, she didn't make it.
no.
Policy to the two casters.
Oh no!
The remove curse.
Okay, so what are you guys casting?
Remove curse.
Remove curse.
I had a question for the two casters.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if y'all get this spell, but purge contamination.
That's a shared
Dungeons and Dragonheim.
Yeah, it's Dungeons and Dragonheim, and that is not the campaign. It's just because Eric is in my game, and it shows on the spell list. So, no, that's not the right name.
I just thought that might be something that might be able to help.
Yeah, you're good, but it's a different game set, and it's a special spell for that campaign. So no, it doesn't apply to this.
Oh, okay. I see now.
So we will go back to both attempting to cast Remove Curse.
Good looking out, though.
It could be 3.
But yes.
Okay. A third one.
Can you cast it?
I can cast Remove Curse.
Do you have it prepared?
Well, I didn't have anything prepared in that level, but I have a slot, so it's up to the DM if he's okay with me slotting it. And
we're gonna try it with the 2. I don't even know if that's really gonna have a major effect, but let's just try where we have, since you don't have it prepared just yet. And then
Well, I know last time when this was really bad, I had to cast it 6 times.
Could just put him in that magic tub.
Never mind. Yeah, it's up to the DM then.
So
She could live.
I'm completely fine just casting it between the both of us.
I can only cast 2 level 3 spells.
Didn't save it for
Okay.
now.
All right, so you guys are casting Remove Curse,
Yes.
and then were you casting it too, Kelmac?
No, if you're not gonna, we were seeing if you would allow me to prepare it to cast it, but if not,
Oh,
I'll
so
just
you don't
make
have
sure-
it prepared?
No, because I didn't realize I got another slot for prepared spells, so I had nothing prepared in that slot when I gained access
see.
to 3rd level spells. I will stand.
Let me guess. You did your level up like right before the game today.
No.
Okay.
I just looked at my spells, but I didn't see the prepared stuff. I will watch and make sure that when they do the remove curse, that Volred's curse doesn't all of a sudden rebound and push because it knows there's like it's what it's designed for is being removed.
Okay, so you're going outside with Volred.
No, I will stay inside.
Well,
But Volred's
Volred,
outside.
Then I will go up. Yes, then I will go outside.
Okay.
But just stay near like the door and the window.
Okay. All right. So, you guys go and cast Remove Curse at the standard level.
yes.
Okay. As you guys kind of reach out and cast Remove Curse, let's see here. Okay. You guys reach out, cast Remove Curse. One after another, you guys watch as sections of her skin kind of go papery. Almost kind of like the outside layer of an onion. And then they just kind of slough off, revealing younger skin beneath. Kind of very similar to like Volred, when all his like necrotic flesh just kind of went...
The
And was just
Slim
kind of...
Jim in a way.
Yep,
All
the
necrotic jerky.
Yep, soft jerky, sloughed off. And by the time she gets somewhat kind of cleaned up as those sections of skin that have kind of dried out and flaked off kind of go and just kind of become dust, she appears more like still aged, but more like a fully grown elven woman, or she looks like, say, a 40-year-old elf, if an elf could actually age and like a human does.
Okay. Then I will do it. Cast it again, and I will continue casting until I see no increase in effects. However many times that is.
You cast it twice more before the curse seems to almost completely heal and go away. Upon inspecting...
Was that with Yandere casting it as well? So there's a 6 total casts? Or is it now 4?
It would be 4 total casts. Whether that second 2 came from you or you and Yandere are splitting it again, that's fine. It's just you guys didn't say, so...
I will take it, and I will also use the Pearl of Power to grab one of the spells back. So
Okay.
I only use 2 spell slots.
As you kind of inspect, you see there is a gash on Salusa's shoulder. It looks more like a slash mark. And what she says is Volred took a pop shot at her as she was running away and grazed the shoulder. And that wound seems to have been the source of her corruption, at least. Similar to Volred, though, once you've done all of that curing, the curse doesn't go away. But it is manageable, and now she appears to be an elven woman of her early 20s, drop dead gorgeous, like well proportioned, long, kind of golden blonde hair, gemstone eyes. Yeah. So.
I look at Caleb again, and I'm just like, okay, maybe she didn't look like a hack. Maybe it was just cursed. And we really need to keep her away from us all.
I agree. And I look over at her. How are you feeling?
Kind of sits for a moment. Well, still weak, but my strength is returning. Like having the first good meal in a good long while. You can just kind of feel it slowly working its way through you.
I'm glad we could help. And as long as you are around, I will continually try to do this to try and mitigate as much as the curse as possible. We are
I
in the
appreciate that.
of trying
And
to
she kind of
get rid of it.
is looking around, kind of adjusting her clothing now that it seems to have appear quite large on her, and she's like cinching some stuff to kind of make it look more shapely. Well, that is... You have my thanks. And if there is ever anything I can do for you, name it. Both of you.
You are very welcome. I cannot imagine going through what you did. Even seeing it for myself in a vision with their love. I was not prepared for it. And there's no reason that you should have gone through that. But I will say that the individual that did that back then is not the individual you see today.
It's
You
just
couldn't
hard.
go leaf.
I grew up with Durlov. Centuries. We stayed within the palace and the grounds. I mean, I suppose it told you, ours was not a loving relationship.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's just I never really imagined that he could ever change, really. Certainly not in 3 months. That's a lot of maturing to do. And I'm not sure how much you know of him, but he had a lot of maturing he needed to do.
Well, he also died. So that might have forced him to mature himself a little bit quicker.
Yes.
Yes, it's true. You did mention that previously. And you think that may have absolved him of his curse?
Well, if it is anything like a Fey deal or a contract, him dying does kind of nullify it. But we don't know for sure exactly what the curse was.
We're still trying to work that out. But our guess right now, curse, from what I've seen, has not been as strong since then. still been there, but it hasn't been as aggressive. But we are still working on trying to get rid of the curse completely. But as far as the shade deal, I don't think that applies.
I don't know. I don't know anything about curses, really. So. But I will not deny that I am, at the very least, happy that he cared enough to at least come out and not kill me.
I must say, you were very difficult to track down.
Well, that's because between my brother and I am the sibling with skills.
I can see why. Hey, Full Red has a reason that they just go back and forth like this a lot, huh?
Yes.
She's actually pretty mean, isn't she?
Sibling rivalry brings out the worst. Sometimes.
Okay.
But
Yes, well, we would be happy to help you. Well, maybe we should check with Volred first.
let's go ahead and...
Yes, you keep calling him Volred. Is this some moniker that Derlov has adopted?
Well, it's just Dare Love backwards. But it was to allow him to walk in other places, right? I met him after all of this stuff happened, but...
No, it makes perfect sense. You have to travel incognito in a foreign land, and the best nickname you could come up with is just your name backwards. Somehow, it seems exactly what I expected.
Right.
So somehow, somewhere, Caleb feels stabbed in his soul. He doesn't know why. He has no idea why.
Thank you in any case, I imagine, for keeping him alive. Well. Right. Well, I suppose now comes the time to get out of the God's Forsaken Swamp. And get home, I suppose. It's been a long time since we've been away from our family. And I think it's time we returned.
We don't have a boat for her.
She doesn't need one.
She needs a boat, because we're all on boats.
Well, I told Kelmec he didn't need a boat. But he didn't listen to me.
Oh, because you're going to do your fancy... Okay, got it.
Yeah.
What?
Can we come in yet?
Izal, you stay out there. We'll be out in just a moment.
This killed
Is
the
it done?
biggest mosquito I've ever seen.
Big as a
I'm
Gorback.
pretty sure it just ate all the blood in a cow.
There are cows out here?
Swamp. That kind
Swamp cows.
Swamp cow.
Careful. There is a swamp cow. It's called the Catapeplis. It's deadly as fuck.
Uh,
All right, I will proceed to walk outside. And I know that Kelmac is in front of the door, but where is Volred?
The porch.
Chilling on the porch.
Volred?
Yes.
I take back my apology for earlier because she actually doesn't look like a swamp hag. She's actually really pretty.
With that, Salusa kind of turns over. Thank you. Not bad looking yourself.
Thank you.
Let me see.
No.
Izal, what you see is kind of like a Victoria's Secret model in a clothing that kind of almost looks like an oversized shirt used as makeshift gown.
The bedtime shirt.
Yep. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed, elvish.
Caleb, you are right to give me the silver.
I figured as much.
Should get out of the swamp.
Where's our next location that we're gonna go?
South? I don't know.
Back the way we came.
Um,
We gotta go pick up our murder animals.
okay.
Well, let's at least make it back to the village in which we left this morning, and we probably need to talk over some strategies as a group.
Okay.
Let's get out of here safely first.
No, let's all die right here.
Yeah.
So-
Okay, yeah, I'll just jump in. I'll just jump in one of the holes Yandre had me, avoid, and I can just get swallowed by the swamp and die.
So much dying.
So what we're gonna do is I'm going to do Tensor's floating disc. And
Right.
I'm gonna
Hold on one second. Because Volred, out from the distance, there's a slight whistling sound as you are punctured in the chest with an arrow. Let's see here. You take 11 points of piercing damage. And 32 points of necrotic damage. As the arrow pierces your chest, shoots out the other side, and you are rocked back. Oh, you know what? Sorry, this guy's an assassin, so he technically gets assassinate. So that's another, let's see, that's what 10, plus 5, 15 points of piercing, and that's 30.
Sentinel at Death's Door. As a
Okay.
reaction, when you see a creature you see within 30 feet suffer a critical hit, you can turn that into a normal hit.
Yep. So then there's that brief moment where like you get a little Reggie firing off in the head. You're like,
Move!
what? And almost in reaction, there's just a quick release of energy that blunts the blow of that arrow. Because, I mean, that's good, because that would have been about another 50 points of necrotic damage.
Is that a Calum now? Is that a Calum?
It's more than a Caleb. Is what Caleb is.
Is that like 2 Calums?
No, that's me.
Yeah, the question is, that total damage, would that have been more than 2 Calums?
Well, I have 62 hit points.
So no.
Wait, you have more hit points than I do?
Yes.
What?
I know Yandre was pretty pissed because he's got 1 less than Caleb, right?
Nope. I am now at 66. I have surpassed the Caleb.
I'm at 61.
Did your HP go up from last time?
Yeah, I complained about how I rolled and it was shit.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's on you. All three of you guys were really close to each other in HP.
Yeah.
So, yes, there's that arrow which breaks the conversation as you guys are looking around. Just kind of off, let's see, compared to you guys presently, would be north of you guys amongst some shrubs. You see what looks like a humanoid figure in a long, like, black robe. Humanoid because he looks like a human with this kind of shaggy brown hair. Is carrying this bow made of like deep black wood, and just kind of like reaches back, pulls out another arrow. It's hard to tell exactly, but the arrow tips themselves appear to be made of some kind of black metal. He goes and kind of like slowly goes to notch another arrow and goes, "You know, I waited just to see if you might have actually just been playing the long game. But now I find that not only have you showed up and not killed her, you've even let your friends heal her. Well, that is not what we agreed to. So I guess," and he kind of reaches out, there's a little bit of black energy that extends from his hands, and with a twirl, you can feel a sudden release of pressure kind of in your backpack, as if something dematerialized, and in his hand you see your mask. And as he's kind of holding it, "I guess I'll just have to take this back, because it looks like I'm on the clock again." And then you kind of watch as he goes to pull the mask on. His face starts to decompose slightly and wither. His eyes start glowing this sickly, fiendish red as he starts to put the mask back on. And then wisps of black smoke start curling off of him. He tosses the bow aside, pulls out a long sword and a short sword. He goes, "Well, I suppose it's time to put an end to this contract. I suppose at least this time I'll get 6 for the price of 1. And I guess we'll go ahead and call it there, because we're not about to jump into another thing of combat.
Oh man, I was gonna have a super good comeback.
Dude, what
Insert super good comeback.
Suck my nuts, shit stain.
Yeah, that'll do it.
You die first.
Oh, good. I was worried about myself.
Says the guy who has disadvantage on all his ability checks and moves at half speed.
Yeah, it's just a trick.
Or
Hey,
a quarter
I don't
speed when he's
gotta
moving through the water.
I don't gotta move. He's coming us.
There you go.
Shoot that bow down.
You don't need movement in a house.
All right, guys. Thanks for coming out
right
here
there.
for Chapter 76 of The Adventures of Athoria. Come back next week, because on Tuesday, we'll come back and do Chapter 77, and we'll see how this works, whether or not the party will survive, whether or not Volred just got an extra dose of corruption curse energy. Who knows? But we'll find out next week, and I believe, if I'm looking at the calendar correct, we've got an adjacent with Jace.
That's right. It's the last Thursday of the month. So Jason with Jace returns.
Who
Okay,
is on
Thursday,
the
8 p.m. Central. Who is it that's coming up tonight?
Like, I already
Or
wrote the intro
Thursday.
for Eric last time, so we're going to go with Eric. That way I don't have to write another one.
Ooh, okay. That's good. That's good. We'll leave Volred to see
How the fight
let
was.
some stuff shake out a little bit. So, all right, guys, thanks so much for coming out. Adjacent with Jace this Thursday, 8 p.m. Central. Next Tuesday, 7 p.m. Central, we'll be back with Chapter 77 of The Adventures of Athoria. And thanks so much for coming out. Hopefully we'll see you guys next week. And bring a friend, you know. Dungeons and Dragons is a hobby that we share with lots of people, so it's always good to get in there and start chatting. At the very least, the Deadpool could use some updating, you know, before next week. So
Who's gonna die in this one?
Yeah, put your guess in on who's gonna die first.
Good
Yeah.
night. Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.